We are going to get going even though we're missing a few individuals. I know Representative Stavis is over introducing a bill. Representative Kelly is out sick, attending to a bunch of sick people in her house. So why don't we begin by having Representative Brown lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sorry for being late.
Okay, ask the clerk to call a roll, please.
Okay, Vice Chairman Power,
Present.
Representative Guthrie. Clerk's here. Representative Lascelles,
Here.
Representative Yokella, Representative Kelly, Representative Elwood,
Here.
Representative Brown,
Here.
Representative Cahill,
Here.
Representative Stavis, Representative Tatro, Representative Chair Levin, Representative Gilman,
Here.
Representative Majori,
Here.
Representative Magaputi,
Here.
Representative Gallagher,
Here.
Representative Hicks,
Here.
Representative Howland,
Here.
Representative Pierce,
Priest. Here.
sorry, and Chairman Turcott.
Here. Normally, that's a $10 fine that gets donated to a charity at the end of the season, but we'll. That's. Okay, we'll go ahead and open up hearing on HB 489. I have nobody signed in, and I have one pink card, Representative Aaron.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm here today to introduce this bill, HB 489, as well as an amendment to it, which is 2023-0238H, which I've handed out copies to everyone. My original bill, as you have copies of that as well, my original bill sought to set up a new fund managed by Business and Economic Affairs, BEA, to help fund New Hampshire counties with grant money to be used for county tourism development. In the original bill, money to fund this initiative would have come from the rooms and meals tax. This has all been changed after conversations with BEA Commissioner Taylor Caswell and Travel and Tourism Director Lori Harnois. They had a better idea and thought to expand their existing joint promotional program, the JPP, by adding an operational support program. I've also handed out copies of the original statute that includes or that has the language for the joint promotional program. So we came up with this amendment that I have before you to the original bill, which creates this new operational support program modeled after the JPP. This amendment changes the entire bill, and the name of the bill has also been changed. This new program, managed through BEA, would make grant money available to county governments to assist with operational costs of their tourism development efforts. Currently, counties have no means to obtain financial help from BEA for county tourism development programs because they're not eligible for the JPP program. This will be a great help to counties to develop and expand their tourism and help businesses and the county tax base grow as a result. This will ultimately bring in more revenue to the state. I hope you can see the value to county government in this new program and pass this bill with its amendment. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Representative Aaron's. Just to be clear for everybody here, we are looking at the amendment, which is 2023-0238H.
Yes, sir.
There was another amendment that Representative Aaron had sent to everybody.
And the difference between the two amendments is the elimination of one sentence.
Could you tell us which sentence that was?
Sure. I have copies of the old amendment if you'd like me to hand that out to you as well. But basically, there was a line. Let me just hand that. I can hand that out to you.
Does everybody have one? I think everybody
Yeah,
has
the
the
original.
the
The
first
original?
amendment, so just
Yeah.
tell us which
Okay, sure.
line was struck.
Sure. The line that was struck was the last sentence of Roman numeral 2. It's lines 17 to 21. Actually, it's lines 20 to 21, which says such grants shall only be given to those organizations which have been in existence for 3 years prior to the date of the grant application. So my new amendment strikes that out because if county government is seeking to essentially get seed money to help in the operations of a new tourism development program, that program's not been in existence for 3 years. So in my new amendment, I struck that line out.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Representative Brown, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the amendment 2023-0238H, that's the bill in its entirety now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Manchpudi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. How does this change the responsibility? Right now, the county just has Department of Correction and Senior Care are the two main focus. And so this would add to their portfolio of responsibilities. How would that change the whole dynamics of county?
Well, I guess if a county wants to allocate some resources to have people in their departments, maybe in the manager's department or, some of the other departments that they have, if they want to establish some folks to work on county tourism, they can do that, I suppose. But in the example we have in Sullivan County, we had some people who volunteered their time to, and they actually, we obtained a grant. I don't remember from where, but we obtained a grant to do some work on tourism development. And it was called the Sugar River Destination Council, which I served on, I still serve on. And what we did was the council decided it would be a better thing to form a 501c3, 501c4 organization to continue doing the work that the county had begun work on. So it's possible that the county could initiate travel tourism development and then help establish another organization within the county that would work with businesses and with tourism tourist operators and so forth to actually promote and manage and market tourism in the county.
Follow up.
I mean, it's a great idea in terms of diversification, but my concern, or have you considered the fact that currently counties are experiencing acute shortage of workforce to deliver services that they have? How would this impact the operations of a county would you, have you considered that in terms of the impact on the functioning of the counties as it exists?
Well, nobody would be forcing counties to do this kind of work. I think it's if the commissioners in the county decide that this is something that is worthwhile to bring more tourism to their county, they may find resources to do that.
Representative Gallagher.
So looking at the amendment, it says grant applications shall be reviewed by appropriate staff, which shall recommend approval or disapproval of applications to the Commissioner of BEA. So I'm wondering, would they make new hires for this, or would this be an additional responsibility for existing staff?
This amendment is modeled exactly after how they run how BEA runs their joint promotional program. So they would just be doing an expansion and called the operational support program, which is modeled the same. It would operate the same way as JPP does, but the funds would be for operations of a tourism development function that the county may have, or which a nonprofit under the auspices of the county may have. So it just allows for funds to be used by the county, which the county doesn't have any means right now to access any grant money through BEA. So this just gives them the opportunity to do that.
Representative Lascelles.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, normally when I think of tourism and advertising for tourism, I think of states doing this. And I'm just wondering how you don't normally think of like an ad running, come to Sullivan County, you know. You do see ads for the states, and I'm just wondering how this would fit in with the overall state of New Hampshire strategy in encouraging tourists.
That's a great question, because what BEA even told us was that their thrust is bringing tourism to New Hampshire in general. So there really is no mechanism whereby the counties can participate and do marketing and development work to bring people specifically to a particular county. So this helps the counties if they want to do some sort of expansion of their tourism. It helps them do that.
Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I think this is a great idea. I hope this is a great idea. I'm just looking in section 2. I just want to see if I fully understand. I understand the appropriation of $750,000 to be made out of the current fiscal year, and then everything else goes into effect. But about the lapsing portion in 2025, I'm not sure I understand that the lapsing portion of that. Can you explain that to me?
That's how the funds are done through the regular JPP. And again, this was modeled by through
Okay.
it's the same kind of way they appropriate money. It's a
Okay.
biennium.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. So when I look at this, I'm thinking, do you have any idea as to what the return on investment is with such a program? And have you looked to any other states that have implemented a similar program, and to get a sense as to how successful something like this would be?
I don't know. That would be a good question for BEA to answer, because I don't know what their return on investment is for their promotional dollars. So I couldn't tell you that.
Further questions? Seeing none, I have a couple, Representative. Kind of following up on what Representative Gallagher spoke to, and I understand this is modeled after existing language, but when I look at line 25 where it talks about appropriate staff, to me, that's a little bit on the vague side, as well as on lines 12 and 16, pretty much any time where they just mention organizations. It seems overly broad. I don't know if there would be ways to make it more specific if we were to move forward with this or not.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
25, line 25, where it says appropriate staff. And like I say, I do understand it's been modeled after existing language, but to me, that's just a little
What-
bit.
I think what that is talking about is that grant applications shall be reviewed by appropriate staff from BEA,
Understood.
which shall recommend approval or disapproval of applications to the Commissioner of BEA. So they're just saying how they're going to managing this program.
Understood. But you get my drift that I think some of the wording might possibly be a little better. Maybe I'm wrong. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative.
Okay, appreciate it.
I do not have any other pink cards. Does that mean nobody else is speaking? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing on HB 489. And as I said at the beginning, the blue sheet has no opinions at all. We have 10 minutes before our next scheduled meeting. I think this is a first where we're actually finished early. We need to have a discussion, two discussions, one for Democrats. It's going to be the exact same discussion, but I don't want to have it in open public session. So could I ask the Democrats right now in the gallery to vacate the room for a few minutes, please, until 10:30, and then we will have this same discussion with you guys later. We just don't. Got it? Thank you. Representative Aaron, you're going to have to vacate the room for us, please. That's okay. And before you start, Representative. Okay, good afternoon or morning once again, everybody. Welcome. We are about to open up the hearing on HB 202 relative to property tax abatements. We have quite a few pink cards. We're going to give the sponsor as much time as he needs to thoroughly explain. For anybody else testifying, we're going to try to limit your speaking, please, to about 3 minutes. When Vice Chairman Power holds this up, that means you've getting really close to your 3-minute limit. If we can keep the testimony non-repetitive, that would be great. And with that, Representative Janigian, did I pronounce that right? Janigi, okay, very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. For the record, my name is Representative John Janigian. I represent Rockingham District 25, which is Salem. I'm here to introduce HB 202, which is a bill relative to property tax abatements. Last session, HB 411 was passed, and it created a commission to study this issue and the equalization rate used for the calculation of property tax abatements by the New Hampshire Board of Tax and Land Appeals and the Superior Court and all cities, towns, and counties. The commission met in the summer of last year, came up with the wording that you see on HB 202 that you have before you. I volunteered to put this bill in, but the experts testifying after me, I think, can give a much better idea of the why of this wording. And then I just want to point out that if you look at the last line where it says the proposed change of full reassessment to wait a minute. Where it says municipal conducts a full reassessment at the end there, that the words full reassessment, there's a proposed change to revaluation there. And the ASB, the Assessing Standards Board, most recently met and decided that change was appropriate. I can submit an amendment, or I can talk to one of you about that. It's a simple 2-word change to 1 word, full reassessment to revaluation. That's all I have. And I think the experts testifying after me can probably answer your questions better, but.
Okay, I'm going to take you at your word on that. Are there any questions for Representative Janigian? Seeing none, thank you very much. I have Jim Wheeler representing ASB. Thank you very much, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So, the gist of it for you is that you want it to be simplified so that at the time the tax bill is sent out, that's the rate that's going to be set, correct? Yes. Okay. Quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up?
So the issue between the initial tax bill and the next tax bill, is the concern that the rate changes higher or lower, or just that it simply changes during that process, so there's a legal issue with that?
Microphone, sir.
There we go. So the issue occurs, it's a one-way issue, if you will. When the property market is rising, the equalization rates typically will drop. And in those instances, you will see, and we see as a firm, municipalities see it, there is a myriad of abatement requests that occur that are, people call them, it's a equalization rate abatement request. It's for no other reason other than they're taking advantage of the fact that the equalization rate is going down. Now, conversely, if you expand the frame, when the property market is going down and equalization rates are going up, and that does occur, in fact, it happened the year before this Berlin case, you know, if everything were equitable, then the taxpayer would come forth and pay a higher bill to the municipality. That never happens. In the Berlin case, I think it was, you know, would have been upwards of 200,000 that had the taxpayer had to make an adjustment because the equalization rate was going up, you know, they would pay. But that doesn't happen. So the point of the bill is just to make the system more equitable. So the rate that's in effect when the bills go out would be the rate that's applied when there's an appeal.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm so glad you're here because this is so complicated. And I apologize in advance if this is a simple-minded question. In the Supreme Court case that you mentioned, is it in fact true that this legislative language that you're proposing, if passed, would be contrary to what the Supreme Court decided?
I don't view it that way. No. No.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. On line 6, could you define the term median ratio?
I don't actually have the bill in front of me, but I mean, the median ratio, I can say, and I'm not an assessor and not an appraiser, but median ratio is one of the statistics that is determined by the DRA. There are, you know, other ratios, but the median ratio is the ratio that is used for the equalization rate. And there are assessors who are behind me that can just do a much better job at describing that.
Oh, okay. You want to wait? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just Representative Janigian referred to this, and I just want to make sure I'm clear. I did have concern about the term "a full reassessment." Do you also agree that that could be changed to reval or revaluation rather than reassessment for those towns that do not do a full reval, full measure and list? We do a statistical update.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Minchapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When you talk about the reassessment, only when there is a challenge for abatement to look at the reassessment of the property. So this applies across single family to commercial to any property in the municipality. Thank you.
While you're up there, just keep the microphone on, so when you answer, yeah.
Oh, I have to hold,
Just, yep.
There we
that's
go.
good. Further questions? Representative Gilman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. How would this work with let's see, the bill we passed last year, I think, or at least in the last session, 7615 AA, the quarterly billing of taxes, certain towns and cities has to do with if there's a big jump in revenues because of a case in Northwood, I think. Would this is this very separate? I mean, can we read it as very separate because it's a different section? Or it's not really? Is-
I would, again, probably defer to some of the other folks that will speak, but I believe that, and I'm not familiar with that bill, but that the abatement process isn't changed by the bill last year. So I think if that's the case, then it wouldn't have any effect.
Representative Power, you had another question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking a second question. I understand you don't have the bill language in front of you, but this bill deals with market value throughout. And on lines 3 and 4, particular statutes are referenced, RSA 7616, 7616A, and 7617. And when I referenced those and looked back, there was no reference to market value. Is that implied with regard to if an abatement is granted? There just seemed to be some type of a disconnect for me.
Well, I think the term market value is there simply because that is the goal of assessment, is to determine the market value of any property when, for taxation purposes. And again, there are folks who can speak better to it, but it's a when you when a community conducts a revaluation, typically once every 5 years, the goal is to bring all properties to market value.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Wheeler? Seeing none, I have a couple for you really quickly. You talked about the equalization abatement request. How many of those do you see a year?
I mean, every municipality is different. Are you asking specifically for how many a municipality may see?
Whatever ones that you may be personally familiar with.
Well, in my current work, we see many because we're a firm that does appraisals for multiple municipalities. Let me give you, this would be probably a good data point. I'm currently aware of 2 small towns that we serve, 2 small North Country towns that both towns have on the order of 10 to a dozen abatement requests that are solely based on this equalization issue.
Okay. Are the equalization abatement requests, are they primarily residential or commercial, or is there a mix, or what's the ratio?
Commercial, the ones that I just spoke about in these small towns are commercial, by large commercial, but you also see them in the utility sector. Obviously, there's a lot of dollars at stake when it's a multi-million-dollar utility, whether it's a power plant or otherwise.
So would it be fair to say it's very few residential?
I think so. I think that's probably a fair statement.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Yokela?
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Is it your understanding that any taxpayer would be able to take advantage of this abatement process and so it's not disproportionately affecting commercial? They're just the ones that are more likely to go through the process, or is it special to them that they have some special category?
I suppose any taxpayer could take advantage of it. Again, the taking advantage is only when the market is decreasing and there's no adjustment when when the market is increasing, but there's no adjustment when the property market is decreasing.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call Patrick Bigg. Also, remind everybody when you first speak, not only your name, but if you're in favor or against the bill. Thank you. Microphone.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Bigg. I'm opposed to this bill. I represent Commercial Property Tax Management. I'm a tax consulting firm in Manchester, New Hampshire. We represent many clients, both residential and commercial, in the tax abatement process. The purpose of the tax abatement is to have an avenue in which the taxpayer can challenge that assessment. Right on the form 7616, it explains. You take the assessment to come up with market value and divide it by the ratio. The ratio is a measure of proportionality amongst properties. If an abatement is granted, I don't understand why the previous year's ratio would be used to calculate that abatement. It would, in a down market, if the assessments are actually in an up market, if the assessments are dropping, the ratios are dropping, the proportionality of that particular property, each abatement the burden of proof is on the taxpayer. So in this bill, as it's written, it's assuming that 100% on a revaluation. So you ignore the DRA's methodology for proportionality to come up with an abatement based on 100%. And it would ignore year 5 in a 5-year reval cycle, because whatever ratio they came up with there, they would use the previous year's ratio to calculate an abatement. Some of these ratios are changing at a dramatic rate in this market. It's not a de minimis amount of money we're talking about. If, for example, you have an assessment of $10 million, and in Sunapee, this year's ratio dropped 20%. If you have a commercial property or a residential property for that matter, at a $10 million market value, that's $2 million in assessment at a 2% rate. That's, 10 to 20% can mean, $10 to $20,000 or more in under abating the amount of money that's owed to a taxpayer that has met the burden of proof with the assessor. So the other thing I'd like to point out is when an abatement is filed as of March 1 of each year, the town has until July 1 to respond to that appeal. At that point, the ratio is already determined. They know what it is. Most assessors know what their ratio is going to be along the way, even at the time they issue the bill in December. So they have a pretty good idea of what they're assessing in where their information's leading them. So I think that this would be harmful to the taxpayer and disproportionate. If the market goes the other way and the market values start declining, you could have a situation where a ratio is 110, 120%, where you could be over abating money. So I think the question is not using the previous year's ratio, but maybe figuring out a way to come up with the ratio prior to the bills going out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Status?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me, like I'm in grammar school,
Okay.
everything you just said?
I'm sorry.
and what the stakes are here. I, I get lost between equalization and ratio, and just pretend I'm 10 years old.
Yeah.
And
So the ratio is established by the DRA based on the statistical information that's applied from the town to the state. They get a ratio for that year. The problem is at the time of filing the appeal, we don't know what that ratio is. But by the time you go through the abatement process, that ratio is established. And right on the appeal form under RSA 7616, it states that to determine your assessment, you take or market value, you take your assessment and divide it by the ratio. And that tells you what the town is saying your market value is. And if the burden of proof is on the taxpayer, if they feel that it's overassessed, they file an appeal, go through the process, and if abatement is granted, they have to apply that ratio to the new number and calculate the abatement. I don't understand why you would use the previous year's market value ratio that the state and the towns have the ability to appeal within 30 days of the ratio that's established by the state. I'm sorry if it.
Representative Brown.
Okay, so just a quick clarification. I
Yeah.
think the two people that are testifying from two different perspectives. So can you clarify at this point that my issue would be, okay, I'm taxed at a certain rate each year.
Yep.
Okay, is the issue that, okay, when.
Representative Brown, could you pull that mic closer to you?
Sorry. So is the issue that at the time the tax bills come out, I'm at one rate, and then by the time you do the abatement, you've got a different rate? Is it a question of being, this is the time that I'm doing it, and later on the value might have gone down and I'm paying more than I should have? I mean, that ratio could change, right? Where you could say, oh, now I've got to pay more. Is that not correct?
No, it's based on market value. And
Okay.
the assessors are determining market values of April 1 of each year. That's the snapshot in time that they're assessing all properties. Okay? And they do a statistical update or report, the MS1 report, to the Department of Revenue. And the Department of Revenue will say, your ratio to assessment to market is this. And it's applied to all properties equally for determining market value. So what I'm saying is, why would you use the previous year's market value ratio to determine an abatement that's granted based on the numbers that the state sets?
Quick follow-up, Mr.
Follow-up.
Chairman. So you're just saying you want to use the current year's ratio as opposed to a previous ratio.
Correct.
So it's just
the
more,
correct ratio.
just more accurate.
The correct ratio that the state sets with the municipality.
That seems pretty straightforward. Thank you.
So we do see more questions. Here's what I'm going to also suggest at the end. I'm going to suggest it now. For those of you who are for this bill, get together, and those who are against this bill, get together and draw us up some very simplistic scenarios, an actual case scenario that you can present to us so we can understand a little better what you're saying. In other words, don't use a figure like $1,289,000, say 1 million. Just make it a very simple case that you can give to us so we really have a good understanding of what you're trying to do, Representative Mangiaputi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How would this impact different communities, high density with more commercial and residential mixed versus rural, very sparsely populated? Would it have a very different impact based on the density of properties?
In my expert opinion, I would say that municipalities with commercial properties would be in a increasing market value would have more of an effect because ratios aren't stratified based on class of property. I would say over 90% of the sales that are analyzed by the DRA from the municipality are residential in nature. So if you have an increasing market value in residential properties, the ratio is going to free fall, and it's going to over assess on market value when applying that ratio commercially, because they're not increasing at the same rate that residential are. So that's an increasing market value residentially. If it's declining, then it's going to benefit the commercial properties.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony. We'll call Robert Gagné next, or Gagne. Yes, Representative Guthrie.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Chairman, just to get my head straight, is it my understanding there is going to be a amendment? The sponsor said that there would be an amendment coming forward.
As
Is
far as
is
I
that
know,
correct?
there would be an amendment, just changing 2 words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Your floor.
Thank you. Robert Gagné. I'm here as the Vice Chair of the Assessing Standards Board. The Chair, Betsy Patton, couldn't be here, and she asked me to be here to report on the board's vote. As Mr. Wheeler stated at our meeting of January 6th, I believe, we went over this issue, and we voted as the Assessing Standards Board to be supportive of this bill with a change in those 2 words, full reassessment to revaluation. So the board is in favor. But it might be helpful to have an explanation as to why this was taken up in the first place. I think Mr. Biggs said that, we use the same ratio to assess all properties, and we don't. There are certain properties that we have to assess by the time we submit our MS1 that we have to use the prior year's ratio for because we don't know the current year's ratio. And those property values are based on that adjustment. They include utility properties that we have to reassess every year, whether we're doing a general revaluation or not. They include current use properties, and they include any low-income housing tax credit properties that have signed up to be treated under RSA 75-1A, where we have to calculate those values every year. So we have to apply a ratio to get their market value to the same general level of assessment as the rest of the city or town. The ratio we know about is the prior year's ratio. What happens is we'll set that value, send out a tax bill, and then if the ratio drops, for example, a utility property, even though we set the value per statute, would benefit from a dropping ratio and would come in and seek an abatement with the ratio that was unknown when we set their value. Now, I believe the commission examined more than one way to address this problem, and this ended up being, in my opinion, the least disruptive as far as all the other processes that the state goes through. The issue is that the Department of Revenue establishes an equalization ratio to determine the market value of every city and town in the state every year. And it's based on an April 1st date. And they use a sales period of 6 months before and after April 1st. So it's October 1st of the prior year through September 30th of the current year is that study period. Because of that, and the MS1 needs to be submitted by September 1st, we don't know what the current year's ratio is. The state, so one of the solutions would have been, hey, change that period of time so that you know the current year's ratio when you set the tax rate and send out the tax bills. Have that period be the 12 months leading up to April 1st. The problem with that is then it disrupts the primary task the Department of Revenue has to do, and I believe they have a representative here, and he can probably address this. Right now, because you're using 6 months before and after April 1st, you don't have to time trend the sales to get to the right number. If it's an increasing or decreasing market, you have, some sales before and after, and it evens out for the most part. In an increasing market, if you set the ratio on the 12 months before, it's going to fall short of that equalization number they're seeking. The department's equalization process is primarily for that equalizing cities and towns for purposes of the county tax and school aid and so forth. The median ratio and the other statistics they generate are a byproduct. It's not their primary goal to set those. So they provide them as part of the process, but there's a mismatch between the equalization process and the abatement process. Again, there would have been other solutions to this, like changing that time frame, but that would have been very disruptive to what the DRA does. I can tell you that from an assessing standpoint, from the assessor for the city of Manchester, I was skeptical about this change for some of the same reasons that Mr. Big indicated, that by the time we process the abatements, we know what the ratio is. But after listening to and talking with the members of the commission and seeing what they had to deal with to get to this point, I think this is a reasonable solution. This way, those properties for which we have to use the prior year's ratio to send out the tax bill, utilities, current use, low-income housing tax credit properties, with this statute, we'd be applying the same ratio to all of the other properties in the municipality. So, and I also want to make clear something that was said that may not have been said loudly enough. This can work both ways. In a declining market, the ratio is going to be over 1. The city or town can't go back and bill those properties that underpaid for the last year, because per a Supreme Court decision in Pheasant Lane Mall, once we send out a tax bill, we can't recoup if the value was wrong. That's case law. So in those cases, as Mr. Wheeler indicated, when the market's decreasing, this works in favor of those properties, utilities, commercial properties. It works against the municipality in that decreasing market where the ratio should get us more tax revenue from those properties, and it doesn't. So I think this is the least disruptive and the cleanest solution to that problem.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Representative Yokella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Are you saying that when a tax bill goes out, that the bill is not based on the current year's for at least some of them? You gave examples of some situations where you're doing the prior year assessment, but isn't it the case that the final tax bill usually in December, for at least in my town, is using the actual rate set by the DRA for the ratio for that current year?
Correct. So it's the tax rate based on the assessed value. Now, if every property changed in value at the same rate, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The issue occurs, so in the year of the reval, we're all at market value, or that's the target. So that tax rate is applied to that. As time goes on, when the market's increasing rapidly, it's really, as Mr. Biggs said, it's 90% of the activity is residential properties going up. Commercial properties don't change at the same rate for a lot of reasons. Generally commercial property that's investment, it's tied to a lease that's more than a year. You can't raise your rates on that like you can on a residential property, whether it's an apartment or not. So values diverge as you go along. I'll give you an example. In the year of the reval in Manchester, 2021, our ratio was 96.1%. in a year of revalue is supposed to be between 90 and 110, so we were fine. I just yesterday got, I probably shouldn't say this in front of Mr. Big, but I will anyways. We just got our ratio yesterday, and again, there's a 30-day period to challenge it, but we're at 82.2%. So we went from 96 to 82.2 in a year. That's an indication that the market increased roughly 15, 16% in a year. It's all driven by residential sales, single-family condo, small multis, 2 to 4 family. Commercial properties, with a few exceptions, commercial properties didn't change at that rate. So that tax rate that we're applying to the assessment may be unequal as you go away from the reval year. And the abatement process is how we take care of that, right? You apply for a local abatement. It's market value times the ratio. This is just determining which ratio it is. And there was a question about 7616 in 16A and 17 not talking about market value. I'm looking at the language on line 3 and 4 of the proposal. And what it says is if an abatement is granted with a determination of market value. So I'm skipping the quote. So it doesn't need, market value doesn't need to be quoted in 7616, 16A, or 17. It's addressed here. If the abatement that's being granted is because of the market value, you're going to apply that ratio. So we do apply that ratio. This is just a matter of which ratio we're going to apply. Again, I was skeptical about this initially. It's a tough problem. And as was stated, we kind of know where our ratio is going to be if we are close to our sales and have been working with those. Unfortunately, we don't have that official ratio when the tax rate is set and when the bills go out. So it's a problem.
Further questions, Representative Majori?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I bet when I ask this question, I'll realize how little I know, even though I've been doing this for a little while. Does this have any effect on the coefficient of dispersion? Or because I do look at that when we get that number, I'm just curious if it affects that ratio in such a way that the town should be concerned.
Well, the COD doesn't, the coefficient of dispersion doesn't come into play as far as the abatement process. It might be an indication when that gets too high that you need to do something, that your data is not good or whatever. So it's another indicator of the quality of your values. But I don't think it would have an impact on what this legislation is.
Representative Brown?
So my question is the issue related to the fact that the commercial rate ratio should possibly be different than the residential ratio to address this, as opposed to that way it's more fair?
You could hear a lot of opinions about that. There's been arguments about that over time that, the commercial property shouldn't take advantage of a dropping ratio. Here's the thing, state of New Hampshire, we all pay property taxes based on a general level of assessment, market value. Doesn't matter if it's a single family, the mall in New Hampshire, they're only required to pay their fair share. And so long as we're all paying the same tax rate, meaning we don't have a split rate where commercial properties pay a different rate, like Massachusetts has that, where you can have a different rate for residential versus commercial. In that case, I would say you ought to be using a ratio for each. Where it's one tax rate here, I think to be fair, in my definition of fair is it doesn't matter who the taxpayer is. We're only required to pay our share. Then I think we need to use a single rate. We shouldn't have a different rate for residential. The solution would be to do a reval every year. Just that's expensive.
That was my next question.
That's
Thank
expensive.
you.
It's not required by law. It's not required by the Constitution. It's every 5 years.
Representative Yokella?
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. So I'm just trying to understand why we would consider the previous year. If you were assessed, you are reevaluated in a current in the year 2000, you file for an abatement because you believe that is incorrect in the year 2000 for the tax bill that's in 2000. Why would you be why is it proper to be considering year 1999 for that new assessment valuation? Because isn't the new assessed value based off of that new ratio? Thank you.
That's a good question, because per this proposal, in that year of the revaluation, 2000, if you set new values, we would assume you're at 100%. So the ratio would be 100. It would be the current ratio in the year of the revaluation. It's what happens as you move away from that year that's a concern that this seeks to address. That in that second year, now you're not necessarily applying the tax rate to the same market value for everybody, right? So if residential is increasing faster than commercial, that ratio is going to indicate that. It's complicated. It's complicated for somebody who's been in it for 20 years. So again, your point about using, if we could split off those utility properties and current use properties and low-income housing tax credit properties from consideration, meaning, okay, because we had to use last year's ratio to tax those, that's the ratio that they have to use for the abatement process going forward. I would be fine with using the current ratio for the new abatements, because that's the level of assessment. The issue is
Representative Kella, follow up.
Yes, thank you. So am I incorrect that says that I was saying that you would be using, based on this language, that you would be using 1999? Because you seem to be saying that you would be using the 100% for this year, but in the language it says you would be using the prior year. So am I confused?
Yeah, so you don't use the prior year in the year of reevaluation. That's part of this proposal. So the last sentence, lines 7 and 8, the market value of the property shall be equalized at 100% in any tax year for which the municipality conducts a revaluation, if you amend that, in accordance with RSA 75.1 and 75.8A. So in that example, if 2000 was the year of the reval, you would use 100%. You wouldn't use the 1999 ratio.
Okay. Seeing no more, we do need to move on. We're getting extremely behind. Thank you for your testimony. We have Chris Snow. Representative Ucella. Representative Ucella. Mr. Snow, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Chris Snow. I'm the president of Property Tax Advisors. We are a taxpayer representatives. Been in business here in New Hampshire for just about 30 years now, representing taxpayers. So I understand there's a lot of confusion about rates and ratios and assessments and taxes. One easy way to explain, I think, the ratio is that when a municipality does a revaluation, they typically here in New Hampshire do it every 5 years, although there are some municipalities that choose to do it more frequently, some annually. But when they do the revaluation, the goal is to get all the assessed values to market. So they'll adjust each value depending on the actions of the market, because every property changes in value in different ways. It's not simply residential versus commercial. There's lots of segments in a market. There's vacant land, there's condominiums, there's mobile homes, there's single family homes. And then on the commercial side, there's a a whole variety of properties as well. They all move it at different rates over the years, and that's why they have a revaluation. But when they do the revaluation, it's at 100%. And what happens is that in this current market, as the market values go up, the ratio as a percentage of market value goes down. So if the market value goes up by 10% in a year, then the ratio will be approximately 90%. And then if it goes up another 10% the next year, then the ratio falls to, approximately a little over 80%. So that's the relationship between that assessed value and the market value. And whenever you contest an assessment here in New Hampshire, the ratio is an integral part of any tax appeal. It's how the state determines proportionality. A lot of people think proportionality is another term that people misunderstand a lot. A lot of people think it has to do with similar properties in town and you want to be assessed in a similar fashion, but it really has to do with proportionality is the relationship of the market value to the assessed value, considering the ratio. So you need all three of those components in any successful tax appeal. And it's not necessarily to one side's advantage or the other. It just depends on the market. And in this current market, which is unprecedented in my experience, we've had values going up dramatically for residential properties and some commercial properties as well. But largely residential properties are leading the charge. And it seems to me that this bill, the way it's written, would just introduce an inequity into the system. And I think it would probably benefit the municipalities in an up market. But I think that should the market start to go down, which it will, when I first got into this business, a lot of the ratios were over 100%, 110, 120, 130, 140%, as showing that the assessed value as it related to the market value, the assessed value was quite a bit higher than the market value. So very different from today. And I think in a market like that, this type of legislation could benefit the taxpayer. So I think there could be some unintended consequences here with this proposed legislation. But the benefit of the abatement process is that it's retroactive. The municipality is looking back on the previous year. So the municipality is able to, kind of like the instant replay in a football game or something, they can look it over again and take a look at the whole market, and they have all the information in front of them looking back, including the ratio. I will say it is a challenge for taxpayers when they're filing for abatement because the Department of Revenue Administration doesn't publish their ratio until after abatement applications are due. And that is a problem for taxpayers because they're kind of in the dark as to what the ratio is. But as the assessor for Manchester, Mr. Gagnon, just testified, they know the ratio right now, down to 1/10 of a percentage point. I mean, they know exactly what their ratio is. And abatement applications aren't due until March 1st. So to me, I think it's more of an issue of transparency, that the Department of Revenue Administration, if there's any way that they could get their ratio out a little sooner, if the municipalities would provide this information to the taxpayers. There's a lot of taxpayers in New Hampshire that don't even know what the ratio is. They don't even know that there is a ratio. They assume that the assessed value that they have is the municipality's estimate of the fair market value. So I don't think it's so much of a loophole that we're talking about here. I think it's just a fairness issue. And I hate to base this legislation on what I consider to be atypical properties like utilities and current use. I mean, those are two wildly at the other end of the spectrum properties. One, current use being assessed for so low based on legislation, and utilities so high because they have that value. So I don't think it would be fair to have legislation based on these type of extremes. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I have one. Your company, Property Tax Advisors, could you give me an approximate ratio of the work that you do for commercial versus residential?
I would say we probably do 3/4 of our work is commercial and 1/4 is residential. We really, the abatement is set up for the purpose of properties that are out of step with the market. So when we file for an abatement, it tends to be on properties that aren't in step with the ratio. And that can be residential or commercial, but to answer your question.
Totally understood.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Yokella?
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. So there is a requirement that every 5 years the entire municipality is essentially reassessed. In my municipality, they are doing a fifth of that each year, so it's ongoing. How does the reevaluation language that's being proposed, because it's no longer full reassessment, it's now considered reevaluation, how does that, in your opinion, factor into municipalities that do this constant reevaluation versus a single 5-year reassessment?
Yeah, I'm not an assessor, but in observing the way municipalities behave, certain municipalities will just do a complete revaluation every 5 years. Others have a kind of a rolling approach that you mentioned. Others have the statistical updates, which appears to be a revaluation, but might not involve a complete measure and list. So I think there's a variety of approaches that the municipalities use. So I don't know how. I think that would just further confuse the language of the bill. But I don't know specifically how that would affect your town.
See no more questions. Thank you for your
Okay.
testimony. We have one last
Thank you.
pink card. Scott Bartlett.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Scott Bartlett. I am the assessor of the town of Goffstown. I was on the Equalization Commission. I was appointed by the governor. I do have written testimony. Would you like me to just leave that up here?
Just leave it on that other pile. We'll distribute it afterwards. Thank you.
Okay. I won't go over everything. I'll try to be brief. Couple of points I want to make. As an assessor, it is my job to assess property as of April 1st and what is known as of April 1st. As of April 1st, I know the previous year's equalization study. The previous year's equalization study, so if I was talking last year, 2022, so the 2021 equalization study would have used sales from October 1st to September 30th. And that is usually released sometime in January or February. So at the time that I am assessing property, which is April 1st, that is what is known. Okay? Now, do I know that other sales have occurred? Yes, I do. But typically when I'm doing my analysis and I'm looking forward to set my values, I'm not considering what happens after April 1st. The ratio study that will come out prior or after that, subsequent to that, for 2022, uses 6 months of sales after April 1st. Those are not known as of April 1st. I do not consider the DRA's ratio study to be the best way to determine what I consider to be the level of assessment as of April 1st. It is what we have. Now, on the commission, we did discuss a lot of different approaches. And I'll be honest with you, this is not the best approach. It is the most practical approach. The best approach would be to use what is considered a time-adjusted ratio study using 12 months of sales prior to April 1st. As an assessor, I do that. And just to give you an example of how ratios change, my ratio in 2021 was 70%. I did a time-trended approach to determine what I considered to be my ratio as of April 1st of 2022. That came out at 68%. I just received my DRA equalization survey, my median ratio is 63%. So I have three different ratios there. If we use the best approach, I would be using 68. But again, is that practical? No. You know, I have the expertise to be able to do that. I have the resources to be able to do that. But I'll be honest with you, most municipalities do not. And that is the problem. So it really comes down to fairness. The vast majority of properties are being valued based on what we know as of April 1st. When someone files an abatement, they're getting the benefit of hindsight. And that, I do not believe that is the intent. I do not believe that is equitable. I just would like to refer to a couple comments or a couple of statements that were made in the Supreme Court decision. Disproportionality and not methodology is the linchpin in establishing entitlement to a petition for abatement, end quote. Essentially what this is saying is using a ratio for appealed properties is different than the known ratio, is disproportionate. One more quote from the Supreme Court decision, begin quote, "We note that the DRA's equalization studies do not precisely coincide with any particular tax year. A tax year runs from April 1st to March 31st. However, the DRA's equalization studies run from October 1st to December 30th. Therefore, no DRA equalization ratio is based on every sale occurring during the 12 months immediately preceding April 1st. So again, emphasizing my point, sales that occur after April 1st are not known and should not be part of a ratio that is used for abatement purposes. I do have more comments that are in my written testimony. I will stop there and I would entertain any questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is this legislation an attempt to fix a deficit on the part of the DRA? Is that what we're looking at here, that the ratios are not accurate or in some way adequate, and this legislation is an attempt to kind of shoehorn a solution around that problem?
Thank you for the question. No, it is not. One of the points that Mr. Gagné was making is that the primary purpose of the equalization study is not to equalize between individual properties. Its primary purpose is to equalize between communities, between municipalities. It works extremely well for that. It doesn't work extremely well for equalizing between properties within a town.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So if I understand, do you believe that the equalization is lagging behind, DRA's equalization ratio is lagging behind the wave if you're setting as an assessor at April 1st, so you're reflecting on the rear view mirror to get that. So, and also this is, like you just said, apple or apples to oranges?
Thank you for the question. Again, when you look at the primary purpose of the equalization survey, no, it is not lagging. But when you start looking at the assessor's duties, is it the perfect solution for equalizing between properties? No, it is not. But it is what we have. One of the problems we have with our current system is that we have a 5-year cycle, and we are required to revalue properties every 5 years. But the abatement process essentially creates a 1-year cycle, and it creates a cycle of hindsight, which, again, to me as an assessor, I believe creates an unfair situation for other taxpayers, those who don't file an abatement.
Thank you. I don't believe you said at the beginning, but I'm assuming you're in favor of this bill.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes,
you.
I am in favor of this.
One last question quickly, Representative Yokella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Am I when I'm looking at this language based on my previous question of a previous speaker, it seemed to be that the first sentence of how we're going to determine someone's ratio is the previous year in situations where it's not a full reassessment year, and then 100% for years that it is a reassessment year. Is that your understanding of how this should be interpreted?
Were you referring to your previous question? Thank you for the question, but were you referring to your previous question about how your town does 1/5 a year?
No.
Oh, okay.
So clarify. Yeah. So the language here says that market value of the property for a given year shall be equalized by multiplying the market value of the property by the previous tax year. So that's one situation of what you're supposed to do. And then in the second sentence, it says something else.
Okay.
Do something else. And so my question is it an if you're doing this, then do this ratio. If you're doing that, do this other ratio or do this other math equation?
Okay, thank you. Yes, now I understand the question. Yes, it is an if. So essentially, in my town, in Goffstown, I am doing a revaluation this year. I'm doing value anew in 2023. So when I am dealing with 2023 abatements, by this law, I would use 100%. In all other years, when I am not doing a revaluation, I would be looking at the previous year's ratio, median ratio.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. I don't have any more pink cards for this bill. On the blue sign-in sheet, I have 3 for and 2 against. And with that, we'll close the hearing on HB 202. Open up the hearing on HB 203 relative to publication of annual county budgets. The sponsor has another engagement in another committee. Representative LaSalle, I believe you are going to introduce it. You can stay right there, Representative LaSalle. That's fine.
Sorry. No, I'm sorry, you're not hearing. I couldn't hear. There was noise back there. 226?
We are on HB 203. We're a little behind.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Richard Lascelles. I represent Hillsborough, District 14, which is the town of Litchfield. I'm here to introduce HB 203 relative to the publication of annual county budgets. I'm introducing this because Representative Edwards, the prime sponsor, is unable to be here at this point. The bill makes some minor changes to the way that the county budgets for Hillsborough and Rockingham are delivered and posted. And I'm going to ask Chuck Nickerson, who is the CFO of Rockingham County, to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Representative LaSalle. Next, we'd like to call up to the podium here, Chuck Nickerson, please. And if you could turn off your mic, Representative Lascelles. Thank you.
Good morning. So basically, this bill just requests two minor changes.
Could you please introduce
Oh, sorry,
who you are
Charles?
and whether you're for or
Okay.
against?
Well, Charles Nickerson, Senior Director of Finance for Rockham County. I'm for this bill. This bill basically makes two basic changes, basically common sense updates to the existing RSA. Basically, we are looking to kind of bring into the 21st century as far as instead of having copies of the executive committee proposed budget to the overall county convention to be made available at the county courthouse, for instead that to be posted online on the respective counties' websites. I believe currently that's already kind of the process that's done by by whoever's in charge of monitoring the county websites. Also, we'd be looking to provide, and this will be coming forth in a future amendment that Representative Edwards will be proposing to the committee. But what should be the language in the bill is that basically that the budgets need to go out for the commissioners proposed by May 3rd, but May 10th should remain as the deadline date for the public hearing. So that will be a future proposed amendment that Representative Edwards will bring forward to the committee. Basically, this will give 1 week separation that the stakeholders that are receiving these proposed commissioners' budgets have to look at it and to know whether or not they should be in attendance for that, public hearing on the commissioner's proposed budget.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm looking at the text of the bill, and on line 15, the bill inserts or amends to include the words "or delivered." Could you please define the word "delivered" and what's meant by that?
So it might mean something different between Hillsborough or Rockham counties. At Rockham County, basically the delivery is actually by mail to each and every individual representative. So as far as Rockham County, that's how we've interpreted that we have the budgets delivered by mail to each and every state representative from Rockham County.
Representative Yockel.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. From your testimony, it seemed that you would prefer that there be some time between delivery of the budget and the hearing on the budget. However, it says that the dates all say prior to. So couldn't that technically be, they could have a public hearing date on May 1st and they could give you the budgets on May 2nd and still be in compliance with this law?
It could. Again, the intent was to technically provide some difference. So whether maybe instead the future amendment says, well, again, it's hard to say May 10th, specify, a specific date, because that could fall on whatever day of the week. So the intent was, again, maybe the amendment will say no earlier than, or again, we're trying to provide a week's notice or difference to give individuals a chance, whether it's state reps or
I think
the
we're trying
towns.
to talk about amendments that are not in front of us, which is very
Sure.
difficult and probably not the best use of the committee's time.
But yes, the intent was not for it to be on the same date. That was an honest mistake.
Further questions, Representative Manchbudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification for the chair. I noticed that I keep my hand up and then I put it down. So do you want me to keep my hand up? So sometimes it feels like I might have, my question has been answered, so you don't recognize unless I put my hand up again.
Sure, I tried to do my best.
I know. I'm just trying to clarify how, what I need to do.
Yeah, go like that.
Keep it like that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. My question is, why single out Hillsborough County and Rockingham County alone? How would this impact other counties?
Since this bill basically Hillsborough, Rockingham County share a budget bill that has specific rules that we have to follow for our budgeting process, and so this would only affect Hillsborough and Rockingham County. Basically other sections of whether it's RSA, I think 2413 and 2414 concern the other counties.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'd like to drill down a little bit more on the word delivered, if I may. Everybody understands what mailed means. Delivered is somewhat ambiguous. Can you tell me what it means to deliver the budget?
Again, we've taken it a different way. I guess you take delivery to mean that in whichever form or way that the recipient, truly actually receives delivery of the budget.
Would it be fair, let me just go a little deeper into what Representative Davis is saying. Is it your intention to kind of match up what it says in Hillsborough, the paragraph above and the one below? Because the one above says mailed or delivered. Is the reason you added the word delivered in that bottom one to make them in sync? Is that what's happening here, or?
I think it's trying to get wording more consistent with the other budget.
Representative Gallagher?
So the part about the county website, so yeah, I think posting it on the county website is a good idea, but my question is, why have that replacing the part where it says at the county courthouse? Like, why can't we say they have to do it at both, or they have to do it at one or the other?
I think it's basically because, again, this Rockingham's experience that because we do the delivery, the mailing of whatever stage of the budget that we're at as required to the state representatives from the county to their homes, that basically that's not a needed part of the RSA because they are actually receiving in a different method individually to their homes the budgets. And by, again, and operationally, to my knowledge, no state representative from Rockingham has gone to get their budget at the county courthouse. So basically trying to update the law to, again, bring us into the 21st century and add it to the county's website as far as being part of the, again, proposed law.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So my understanding is that you're a representative from Rockingham County, and this bill affects both Hillsborough and Rockingham County. My question is, do you know if anybody from Hillsborough County was consulted with regards to the changes proposed in this legislation? In particular, I'm referencing the strikeout in lines 17 and 18 with regard to at the county courthouse, as well as the whole conversation around the word delivered. So was Hillsborough consulted? Did they have any input into this legislation?
Yes, so basically both counties and all 10 counties are part of the New Hampshire Association of Counties. And so there's representatives from Hillsborough, I should say state representatives, but there's members from Hillsborough County that are part of the representation of the executive committee of the NHAC, and the bill language was sent to them for them to reach back to their county, Hillsborough County, for input. I cannot say as far as how far it went on their side as far as bring back any comments.
Okay, seeing no hands, thank you for your testimony. We have one other pink card, Kate Horgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Kate Horgan. I represent the New Hampshire Association of Counties. We do support the bill. Just to kind of cover a quick little questions, the chair is 100% correct. Or delivered on line 15 was put in to match the language in line 3. I don't know what the original definition of delivered was, but that was just a technical cleanup that we thought it should match the language in line 3. On the date, we did ask Representative Edwards about making that a little more time period. That way people have time to review the budget, especially the public, before they go to a public hearing. It just gives everyone some time to look over it, so that way they know whether or not they feel it is important for them as a member of the public to go and testify to the on the budget. I think that was all of the questions, but if I missed something, I am happy to take a question.
Representative LaSalle.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. Would the budget being delivered electronically, would that suffice for the requirement?
I'm not sure when this bill was, or this language was put into statute. I would assume, but I am also not a lawyer, so I don't know if you want to take my word for that, Representative. But I'm happy to look into it and see if I can figure it out for you.
Thank you.
Representative Yukela.
Mr. Speaker, isn't since Representative LaSalle introduced the bill, is he not? Wasn't that a violation of the current law or
good.
the current rule?
You are correct.
Okay.
You are correct.
But also I have a question for the,
Go ahead.
After my previous question about the time frame, it looks like in the current law it says that there needs to be at least 7 days prior to any vote to adopt the annual budget, that it needs to be made available. So is there really any need to change the dates because it already is required that they give 7-day notice or they be made available the budget before they vote on it? So is the change of dates necessary?
Thank you, Representative Yukela. I believe it is because it's a public hearing that this language is referring to, not the vote. So it would just be clarifying language. And you can see that in line 9, end of line 9, beginning of 10.
Representative Majapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Horgan, for taking my question. Since you represent all the counties, even though this is specific to Hillsborough and Rockingham County, can you speak to how it would impact other 8 counties, please?
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative. It would not impact the other 8 counties. This part of the statute is specific to only Hillsborough and Rockingham.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
On the sign-up sheet, the blue sheet, there are no pros, no cons. And with that, we will close the hearing on HB 203. Okay, we have many pink cards on this. That means that we have a lot of people who are going to speak. Once the bill is introduced, we are going to hold everybody who has submitted a pink card to 3 minutes. We are getting behind, and we're going to want to get through this hearing. So, I have Representative Partial,
Yes, thank you.
who will be introducing the bill.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for listening to this bill today. This bill will regulate the point of sale distribution of single-use packaging and the disposal of single-use packaging waste. It returns the authority to regulate these waste to the respective municipalities as they are best positioned to manage their landfills and transfer stations. The salient point is if we can keep allegedly recyclable bags out of our trash flow, then we will reduce our transfer station costs. The transfer station in my town is facing a steep increase in haulage fees that will increase the transfer station's budget by half again. It is this expense that we need to be passed on to all the residents of my community, and it is the same problem facing many communities. I've been told that RSA 149M has provisions for allowing municipalities to regulate waste flow, but I believe that this bill indisputably states it in the chain of authority. I've included a fact sheet on single-use plastic bags, though this bill does not single bags out. I would prefer to leave the definition of single-use broadly in the belief that's for the communities to decide what, if any, single-use plastic is unreasonably contributing to their waste flow. In anticipation of what arguments are made on behalf of retailers, I must ask if we are serving as a Chamber of Commerce, are we serving our constituents? Most of the American people have made up their minds and are close to a 4-to-1 margin in favor of eliminating these allegedly recyclable plastic bags from the streets and trees where they often end up. We have alternatives. I'm an avid user of canvas bags. Well, there are times when I'm making a purchase and find myself without a bag, and I'm glad that just about all the stores I frequent have paper bags as an option. Statewide bans exist in New York and most of New England. The American Recyclable Plastic Bag Alliance, ARPBA, are lobbyists for a plastic industry, and interesting enough, they changed their name from the American Progressive Bag Alliance in 2020, despite the widely known fact that about 1% of plastic bags are actually recycled. We know the stories of how the contents, these recycling containers that you see in stores, are typically tossed in the common dumpster. And true or not, the pervasiveness of these stories must contribute to the fact that these collection centers are so frequently unused, aside from the greenwashing propaganda of the plastic industry. Nevertheless, ARPBA were successful in defeating a statewide ban in Massachusetts, and now what plastic bag bans exist occur on the municipal level. This bill modestly does the same. I'd prefer to make a statewide agreement such as exists in Vermont and Maine, and I am grateful that those states and that single-use plastic bags are not part of the waste that they send to New Hampshire landfills. This bill will let communities decide on how best to manage their trash flow, rather than impose half solutions on the state level. If we can get a sense of the will of the people, then perhaps further action may be warranted. In conclusion, I ask that you grant an OTP to this bill. Get the state out of the way of regulating municipal waste problems, and I have faith that communities will act in their best interests. I thank the committee for the consideration of this bill, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you for the testimony. Do I see any questions? Representative Holland?
Thank you for taking my question. So under the language of this bill, then could a municipality ban single-use like water bottles?
Thank you for the question. If the committee so decided that was in their interest, I could see that happening. I can see where that might be in their interest over public health concerns beyond what's going in the landfill, as the leaching of plastic means that on average, most Americans, yourself, myself, consume on average about 1 credit card's worth of plastic a week. And we have not really fully studied the effects of that type of internal consumption of microplastics. So a community may decide to do that. I can't say. My particular focus is single-use plastic bags. I know a number of communities, including my neighboring town of Keene, have tried
Sir,
unsuccessfully. I've answered the question.
You've answered that question. He
Okay.
asked about bottles.
Thank you.
We have a lot of Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you for keeping me honest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Would this enable the local municipalities to come up with their own creative solution to waste management, depending on whether they have a landfill or not, or recycle, single stream, multi-stream? Different communities have different. So would this help enable more differences in innovation, or do you think this will bring some kind of a uniform understanding?
I would hope that it would enable numerous solutions that work for the communities on their own individual needs and on their own basis. Where I live, I have a transfer station in one of my towns. 3 rely on the county municipal, and 1 uses advanced plastics as part of their solution. I can see,
Representative,
yeah, again, am I going on?
you answered the question about enabling. That is
I'll try
correct.
yes and no. Forgive me.
Representative Yogella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Based on the language being so broad, does the, let's say, the plastic wrapping around toilet paper, when you buy it at Walmart, they would be you're saying that you would grant the local municipality to ban the Walmarts in that municipality from being able to sell that toilet paper wrapped in plastic. And also, if you happen to buy at a neighboring town's Walmart that same the toilet paper wrapped in plastic, they would be able to regulate your disposal of that plastic the plastic wrapping around the toilet paper, and say that you can't put it in your trash, and so you have to like keep it on at your house forever. Like, I don't understand what because of this being so broad, is that would that be allowed under this broad language? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. You bring up an interesting point. I don't think any particular community would actually go out to target Walmart toilet paper, but I can understand that if community decided to do something of that effect, they would probably, rather than having all these plastic wrappers accumulate in somebody's house, they would probably make provisions within their local community ordinances, which they would be free to do. Is that a good answer? Is that answer?
Awesome answer. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This committee struggled mightily with a similar bill, I think 3 years ago. Part of it was an outright statewide ban, and part of it was enabling legislation. I see folks here today who worked on that bill. One of the sticking points, and this is my question to you, has to do with single-use plastic packaging of other items in stores, similar to what Representative Yokela mentioned. I work in a grocery store. Almost every single thing we sell is individually wrapped in plastic, whether it's degradable or not. How would this affect a store's ordering of product? If the municipality says, "Thou shalt not sell single-use plastics," single-use plastics cover a bottle of Zyrtec. They basically cover everything. How would this language address that?
Thank you for the question. I don't think it would be in anybody's interest to do a complete ban of all plastics at this time. The reason being is that we do recognize that many of our products, my hamburger comes wrapped in plastic. Many of our products come wrapped in plastic, and we don't get much of a choice on that. I think that might be something that we might want to look at in another bill. However, to answer your specific question, I don't think it would be in the community's interest to do a sweeping wide plastic ban as you propose. I don't think it would mean scarcity of product, and nobody wants to face that. Could this mean we could perhaps find better solutions in the future if this is a first step? I think possibly so, though.
Thank you. Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Could you confirm that this legislation puts the power to make this decision, because it comes under the section power and duties of towns, power to make bylaws, by the fact that the power is with regard to bylaws, that it would be solely up to the select board in a town to make this decision?
That is a good question, and to be frank, I don't have a good answer on that. I would be glad to get back to, look into it and get back to you if I may.
Thank you. Representative Gallagher.
So Representative Savis kind of touched on this a little bit when she was mentioning some legislative history, but I wanted to, I wanted to kind of focus more back on that part of it. So yeah, it wasn't just 3 years ago, but also last year too. Last year it was House Bill 1119, I believe it was, that came before this committee. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about how it looks slightly different to me. Could you tell us about how the language has changed since last year's House Bill 1119? If you
Yes,
know
this
that.
bill is based very deeply on House Bill 1119 that did appear last year. The salient difference that I see, though, is that we're not trying to have the state supersede what perhaps should be a municipal decision in managing their landfills. I think there are times when the state is in a better position to decide things. I think sometimes it's in a better position for the municipality. And this bill, because it focuses on that, unlike last year's bill, I think it reflects the fact that it puts the state and the municipality back into their proper lanes, as it were.
Thank you. Representative Elwood.
Thank you for taking my question. What type of expertise would a municipality need to have, both technical, legal, etc., to implement this proposed amendment?
I can't say that they would, thank you for the question. I can't say specifically what that expertise would be. I do know that the city of Keene did initiate a plastics ban that was superseded by the state because we are, because the state has I'm sorry? Dillon's is the one that would allow them to do that, I believe. Thank you. But the home rule, sorry, thank you. Yes, because of home rule, it was turned back. I don't think it takes any particular expertise beyond what already exists within the county administration.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up, go ahead.
And approximately what was the cost to implement that program in Keene?
The program was not implemented. It was turned back before it was actually implemented.
Oh, thank you.
Seeing no more questions, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm going to call the Honorable Judith Spang. I'm going to remind everybody now is on a 3-minute time. When you see this wave, that means your time is about to be up. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. I'm ex-Representative Judith Spang. I was in the legislature for 24 years as chair of resources at one time, and I've worked on this project of this topic for 3 hard years, bringing in 4 different bills relating to plastics in various iterations. So I am well prepared to answer any questions. I see this as a matter of responsibility. We know that plastics are a huge problem. We know that plastic bags alone are a huge problem, and the state of New Hampshire has failed to take any responsibility for this problem. All the other states around us have bitten the bullet and done it, and we have somehow been unable to do that. And I think it's time for us to take this seriously. it's clear that the legislature is not keen on doing something statewide. So what does that leave us with? That leaves us with with individual municipalities with tremendous solid waste problems. I don't think it's fair for us to not allow them to take control of their own solid waste problems. I think that the whole issue of it being enabling should make people have a certain amount of comfort that the people who are making the decisions at the municipal level are taking into consideration the fact that a neighboring municipality may not have the same regulations. And they may decide that they want bottles, they only want bags, et cetera, et cetera. We should let them to make that decision according to what their individual problem is and what the individual inclinations of the businesses within that municipality might be. There are other states that have kind of tiptoed into this, like in Massachusetts, they let municipalities do it individually. Some of the large retailers didn't really like it very much. They wanted to have it so that all the states had the same rules relative to their outlets. So that gradually began to evolve into a more general ban. The same thing happened in the state of Maine. So they have been through the same process that we will be going through to allow the municipalities to take the lead. And then when the state sees that it is something that is workable and is acceptable to both retailers and the people who live in the communities, then they can begin to craft some legislation that will take care of the problem statewide. As I began, it's time for us to take responsibility of this. We know that particularly plastic bags, are a huge problem. We must be responsible and do something about it. If you just want to start with plastic bags, that's fine with me. But you would have to get an amendment, and I'm sure your Representative Stavis knows this issue inside and out and would be able to help you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions, Representative Brown?
Based on the questions from the other representatives, I guess my concern is, how do you implement this on this seems like such a wide-reaching thing. And you've just talked about the fact that plastic bags are the most significant issue as far as you're concerned, something that you think you can deal with. Why don't you simplify the bill so that the implementation could be more realistic?
Thank you, Representative. I didn't mean to imply that bags are the most problematic. I meant I think that it's the most easily dealt with. People are used to already putting their plastic bags into recycling when they're at a grocery store. They're getting used to bringing their own bags. I think it's the most approachable, so it's the best way to begin to work our way into it. We have to get the cooperation of particularly the retailers to begin to change the way they handle their packaging, and that
Former
will take
Representative
time.
Spang, I believe you already answered his question. We've got a lot of people to go through, so I'm going to have to
Absolutely.
stop you right there. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Next, we're going to call Henry Villier. Well, hello, Henry. How are you? Good to see you again.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Veyu, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association, which is comprised primarily of a lot of locally owned restaurant operators. And we oppose this bill, and primarily because the members really don't want to see a patchwork approach to regulating and determining what happens with single-use products. We come from the perspective of takeout packaging. Obviously, there's a lot of takeout packaging with our members. And if there was a community to adopt one sort of rule with regards to take-out packaging. An operator like the Common Man family of restaurants, which has restaurants all over the state of New Hampshire, or a Great New Hampshire Restaurants company, which has T-Bones, Cactus Jacks, Copper Door. They have operations all over the state. If a community adopted a certain set of rules regarding takeout, that would basically dictate what would happen to all the others, because they buy in bulk for all their restaurants. And to comply with one community, it wouldn't make sense to have, a bunch of different kinds of packaging that they would order. So it would complicate it for a lot of those operators. And for that reason, we oppose the bill.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Do we have any questions, Representative Mangiapudi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It's large associations and large businesses that use this recycled stuff. Won't the market dictate if the plastic is not available for the restaurants, and the only choice they have is the recyclable whatever? Don't you think that would shift it? So if there's a partnership with the big businesses?
So, and again, there's a lot of locally owned restaurants. Not all of them are the big business as you describe. And there are, limited options with regard to takeout packaging. Some are more expensive than others. Certainly, restaurant operators listen to their customers. I mean, Common Man family of restaurants has gone to paper straws unless you request a plastic straw. So that's something I think they've heard from their customers. So to your point, I mean, they'll respond to the market, and their market are their customers. So if their customers want something different and they're, environmentally conscious, they'll do that.
See no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before I call the next witness, I have a Michael Nork from New Hampshire DES, but it doesn't say pro or con. Are you? All right, so I'm going to wait on you. Let's go next, Nate Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. We are in support of the idea of expanding the authority of towns generally and specifically to regulating single-use packaging. I do want to address a couple questions that the committee had. Representative Power asked about who under 3139 has the authority to create bylaws. Bylaws are just another word for town ordinances, and that would be the legislative body. So typically that would be proposed by the governing body, by the select board, and then it would have to be voted on by town meeting. Representative Yokela asked about the disposal side of things. I would defer entirely to Michael Nork at DES to talk about that, because he's certainly the expert in that area. That's lines 13 to 14. I believe Representative Howland and Mangiapudi both had questions about basically trying to narrow down what the term single-use packaging meant. And I would just recognize that that's a broad term that's not further defined in the statute. So presumably it would be narrowed down at the local level if this authority was granted to municipalities. I'm happy to take any questions that anyone may have.
Representative Yokela.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Did I understand your testimony correctly that that municipalities need to go get approval from the legislative body for their adoption of bylaws, and that they're not able to enact bylaws over the opposition of the municipality, the legislative body's vote?
Anything under RSA 3139 would have to be adopted at town meeting, or cities, obviously city council. The one wrinkle with this particular bill is that there's already a statute, RSA 149M, which again DES can talk about, regarding how transfer stations work and all that waste disposal side of things. So there's already authority that exists for disposal, and there's more specific authority there. So if you have specific questions, again, I defer to DES on those ones.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Grace, for taking my question and answering some of my previous questions. So NHMA is supporting this because it gives the local authority.
Correct. It gives greater local authority.
And follow up, Mr. Chair?
Follow up.
Thank you. You just alluded to RSA 149
M.
And how does this conflict, or would it conflict, and to what extent would it conflict?
Again, I would defer to DES for that question.
Thank you, Mr. Grace.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kevin Daigle.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kevin Daigle, and I'm with the New Hampshire Grocers Association. We represent both the chain and independent grocery and convenience stores. I passed out some testimony that you'll receive shortly, and I'll try and keep my comments brief in respect of your time. We have a couple areas of concern with this bill and appear today in opposition to House Bill 226. This isn't so much a plastics issue as it is a local control issue. As you're aware, New Hampshire currently is not a home rule state, and our members greatly appreciate the ease of conducting business in New Hampshire versus surrounding states that do allow that local control. By allowing towns to impose their own regulations, grocers and businesses in general will be faced with a patchwork of local ordinances. This increases confusion for both customers and businesses alike, and through high cost of compliance, unnecessarily increases the cost for all parties. In addition to the confusion and complexities this bill creates, it also sets a bad precedent. It provides an opportunity, if passed, to open Pandora's box and potentially allow for other issues to come forward seeking home rule. This creates an even greater web on regulations that businesses and citizens would need to navigate. We've heard from proponents that plastic bags are not recycled, so they need to regulate and ban them. Just because a town bans bags doesn't stop residents from going to a neighboring town, shopping, and bringing those bags back to their town, to the house. Members of the food industry take great pride in the recycling and sustainability efforts that they've made over the years. For instance, grocers provide recycling bins at their stores to assist in recycling single-use bags, which then in turn are recycled into clothing, composite decking, and other plastic bags. For these reasons, we ask you to find House Bill 226 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Well done on the testimony. 1 minute, 40 seconds. Very sweet.
Try.
Do we have any
Thank you.
questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Zachary Taylor?
Good afternoon. I'm Zachary Taylor. I'm the director of the American Recyclable Plastic Bag Alliance that was formerly known as the American Progressive Bag Alliance. We changed our name as part of our sustainability commitment to recognize the important fact that plastic grocery bags are in fact recyclable through the store take back program that we have partnered with retailers to establish. I have visited recycling facilities of our member companies and seen truckloads of these products.
Cease. Could you please tell us if you're for or against the bill?
I'm here in opposition to
Thank you.
the proposal. My apologies. I visited facilities where these bags are brought in by the truckloads, processed into new bags, and then sold back to customers who then can complete the cycle again and again. They are also recycled into other products like composite lumber, decking, playground equipment, railroad ties, and other materials. We have significant concerns that opening the door with 226 will create a patchwork of competing local ordinances that are expensive for businesses, expensive for consumers, and disruptive to economies of scale. Massachusetts provides a great example of what can happen if this is allowed to go forward. They have 153 separate local ordinances dealing with carryout bags alone. In the city of Boston, there are 4 separate ordinances within the greater city limits. Middlesex County, their largest county, their most populous county, has 40 different local rules. In an environment where food prices are going up and up and up, requiring stores to switch to more expensive alternative products will increase prices on struggling families. One retailer in South Carolina facing a similar proposal to prohibit plastic bags noted that their costs would increase per store by $250,000. Those are expenses that will be passed directly on to consumers who are already struggling. Most importantly, we've heard a lot about litter and waste. Let me be clear. The industry does not want to see any of our products disposed of improperly. But the data tells a different story. Keep America Beautiful did a nationwide litter survey on roadways and waterways across the country. What they found is that plastic carryout bags, like the ones that will be targeted if localities are able to receive this authority, accounted for 0.6% of items collected at litter cleanup. When we talk about the waste stream, data from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency shows that all plastic bags and sacks combined, so everything from a plastic grocery bag to a chip bag that could be banned under this bill to a garbage bag that could be banned under this bill, account for 0.3% of municipal solid waste. To suggest that plastic bags are a major driver of litter or waste flies in the face of the data, and suggesting that bills like 226 are necessary to help communities deal with these very real challenges flies in the face of the data. I just want to close and say we encourage you to oppose this bill to preserve several important things in the state of New Hampshire. One, a level playing field for all businesses. We know shoppers will travel outside of jurisdictions to avoid costs they don't want to pay. This has led to decreased sales and job losses in other communities. Two, consumer protection. Consumers are facing incredible stresses right now with high prices. This will add to their grocery bills, whether it's through hidden taxes or other fees, or being forced to purchase alternative, more expensive products that are often still made from plastic regardless. Regulatory certainty and uniformity across the state as well. These are all important considerations. We look forward to answering any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Brown.
Just one quick question. Out of all the bags that are produced, these recyclable bags, what percentage are actually recycled?
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency estimates that between 10 to 12% of plastic bags get recycled. Research from Recycle Quebec, the Recycling Authority of Quebec, Canada, found that one of the reasons why that number may not be as high as some people would like to see, we'd certainly like to see it go up, is that plastic bags are highly reused around the home. Up to 77% of bags get reused for things around the house, like picking up after pets or lining waste paper bins at the home, cleaning up food scraps. I know I use mine when I travel to keep my shoes and clothes clean as I move from state to state.
Thank you. Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You answered part of my question. Thank you. The 10% of the total bag recycled, and reuse is not same as recycle, where it continues to stay in the environment. At some point, it ends up in the
Representative,
landfill.
do you have a question for
Yes.
these?
So
Thank you.
don't you think that it is ending up in the landfill, whether it's reused or not? So banning use of in the distribution at the beginning will reduce the plastic bags one way or the other, recycled, reused, if you reduce it at the source.
I think I understand the question, Representative. What I would say to you is that reusing a plastic bag allows you to not use another plastic product that is often thicker, more plastic intensive, and contains less recycled content. So these household tasks are still going to need to be completed. People will find products to do them with. Being able to reuse a plastic bag cuts out on that. And to be clear, we want to see bags recycled, but if they're not going to be recycled, they should be reused and then disposed of properly.
Seeing no more questions, thank you.
one
Oh, I'm
more.
sorry, Representative Priest, didn't see you there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. It sounds like that you are against enabling municipalities to do this, but you wouldn't have any opposition for a statewide prohibition of plastic bags, single-use plastic bags, as they do in Maine, and it's been very successful. Question.
We would oppose that as well. Plastic bag bans are ineffective in advancing their underlying sustainability goals because they're not a large contributor to litter, waste, or marine debris, and they put unintended consequences on families and shoppers that are highly expensive. So yes, we would oppose a statewide ban as well because while states have implemented them, they have not been shown to deliver on those concerns because the alternative products often have higher environmental footprints, higher emissions profiles, and are often still made of plastic but can't be recycled whatsoever. The stitch bags at the grocery stores are a great example of that.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Thank you. So what you're telling me is these cloth bags that I use every time to the grocery store is more dangerous to the environment and offer more impacts than a single-use plastic bag that doesn't degrade.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not saying it. Life cycle assessment after life cycle assessment conducted by international government agencies and universities here in the U.S. have compared the environmental impacts of these products, looking at the whole life cycle. What they find is that you need to reuse these products substantially more. For example, a cloth bag, the New York Times reported on this. If it's made of organic cotton, you'd have to reuse it 20,000 times to have the same environmental impact as a quote-unquote single-use plastic bag. That's every day for more than 55 years.
Representative Sadie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You just cited in response to a previous question studies that show that plastic bag bans are ineffective. Can you cite those specific studies, please?
Research from the University of Sydney evaluating California's plastic bag ban found that there was an increase in purchase of plastic trash bags following that ban that have a higher emissions profile and a higher carbon footprint, undermining any advancement in the sustainability goals of reducing plastic consumption or reducing emissions.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
I believe that you, excuse me, I believe you were referring to studies that were conducted in New England states. You referred to those studies conducted in New England states that showed the program to be ineffective. Can you cite those studies?
Representative, there may have been a miscommunication. I referenced a study completed by Recycle Quebec, which is the recycling authority for Quebec, Canada, that compared the environmental impacts of various carry-out bags and also looked at how plastic bags are reused at the home. I'm happy to share all of these studies with you.
Representative Yokella.
Thank you. Kind of following up on Representative Priest's question. So it seems from your testimony that you are in opposition to a statewide ban, but definitely like even more opposed to a patchwork solution. So you're more opposed to this than a statewide ban? Is that what I'm understanding from your testimony?
To be clear, we are equally opposed to bans on plastic bags at state level, local level, national level. Yeah.
Representative Gilman, if we could also kind of get close to wrapping this up.
Yeah, just a short question. In these studies, have the fact of the petroleum use in creating a plastic bag compared to the petroleum use of maybe delivering cotton bags or canvas bags?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. So first, I would note that plastic carryout bags, a traditional film plastic bag that we're discussing today, that's made from natural gas, a byproduct of the refining process. The reusable stitched handle bags that you'll see at the grocery store for $1 or $2 that are still made from plastic, those are made from oil. I'll also note as it relates to that emissions question, the same number of paper bags requires 7 trucks. For the same number of plastic bags, it requires 1 truck. Stitched handle bags, whether made of cotton, canvas, or plastic, are imported from overseas. They're not made here in the U.S. overwhelmingly. So you can also kind of envision how much more the emissions impact of all of that shipping, all of that transportation, all of that weight combines to create that sort of deficit that needs to be overcome by reuse. And a life cycle assessment done by Clemson University looked at actual consumer behavior and found that most consumers are not reusing these products enough for them to be a more sustainable option.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Priest.
Just for the clarification and of the committee members, I would like to see a list of these studies before we move on from Mr. Kelly. I'm just interested to see the source and where they're coming from.
I would say if Mr. What was the last name?
Kelly.
Taylor, yeah, Mr. Taylor, if you would like to provide those, you're more than welcome to provide those.
Representative, I will follow up with you with those studies, as will I with you, Representative Davis, as well. So happy to share them. I think they're enlightening.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, last pink card, Michael Nork, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael Nork with the Solid Waste Management Bureau at New Hampshire DES. We are not taking a position on this bill. I'm here just to provide information to the committee. The question that seems to be most relevant to our area would be about RSA 149M, the Solid Waste Management Act, and how this bill would interplay with the existing statute. So one thing that I just want to make clear is that RSA 149M17 already it authorizes municipalities the authority to create bylaws relative to management of their facilities, their transfer stations, their landfills, whatever the town solid waste management facility might be. So they already have that authority to make bylaws about, management of the facility, as well as separation of certain waste types or collection of waste types within the municipality. So while we're not taking a position on this bill, I just wanted to clarify that there is existing statute that makes it pretty clear that municipalities have the authority relative to disposal and management of waste. I think what's novel with this bill is that it also authorizes municipalities to regulate the distribution of these single-use items. With that, I'll take any questions if there are any.
Representative Yocella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. So in your statement, you said that they are able to create bylaws regulating waste. Are they allowed, in the example that I gave before, allowed to restrict you from throwing away, like ban throwing away some plastic bag or some other waste that is at your home that is normally not hazardous or whatever? Like, are they able to do that right now?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think what RSA 149M authorizes is the municipality to create bylaws relative to use of their transfer station facility. So if the transfer station and the management of that transfer station decided that they didn't want to accept plastic bags in the trash disposal stream, but they wanted to recycle them, they could create bylaws around that. For use of that facility. I don't know if that answers your question, but I think it's not so much about generally across the community. It's more about use of the facility, if that helps clarify.
Short follow-up?
Thank you. So yeah, you specified facilities run by the municipality. What about private? If a private company wanted to accept plastic bags, would the municipality be able to put a bylaw in that says you cannot accept plastic bags or a plastic product under the current rules, but they might be able to with this language because it's not specific to municipality run landfills or disposal options?
Thank you for the clarification. So under the current statute, it would be for a municipally run facility. So the municipality has authority over their own facility. With HB 226, as I read it, it says within their municipal landfills and transfer stations. So it would enable municipalities to do basically the same thing that they already have authority to do. It would not, and to just further clarify, it would not extend to privately owned facilities within the municipality under my reading, but I'm not a lawyer, so I can't say definitively.
Representative Manjapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So RSA 149M-17, as it exists right now, gives the municipalities the ability to manage the waste already that's been created. Would this, so this legislation, this bill will enable the municipality to channel the create origin of these waste, correct? So managing at the source.
Correct.
So this will be an enabling the municipalities to do so. So the management becomes more streamlined.
Correct. Thank you, Representative Manjapudi. I think that's an important distinction, that waste only becomes a waste when it's something that's discarded or no longer wanted, whereas distribution of a product is kind of at the very beginning of the life cycle, so to speak, or the consumer life cycle. So yes, that is correct, that this legislation, the novel part of it would be the enabling municipalities to regulate the distribution of those products at the very beginning. And that is a source of, that is a type of what we would call source reduction, which is eliminating waste before it even becomes waste.
Seeing no more hands raised, thank you very much for your testimony. I don't have any more pink cards on the sign-up sheet, blue sheet. I have 5 against, 1 for, and 2 taking no positions. With that, we will close the hearing on HB 226, and I will see you all back here at 1:30 for our next bill. 2-minute warning, folks, we're going to get going. Gilman. Oh, there you, yes. Well, you know, I've got this here. Whoops. Representative Brown, could you bring the pink cards or 236 and the blue sheet? Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to open up the hearing on HB 236 relative to condominium conversions, underwater and waste disposal laws and municipal ordinances. Representative Faulkner.
Chair, when you're ready,
The floor is yours, sir.
I'm here to introduce and speak to House Bill 236 concerning subdivision regulation and condominium conversions. I want to talk a little bit about the overall statutory scheme here. We allow municipalities to regulate subdivisions, and it's a, I would like to call it the howitzer of subdivision of land use regulations. It's a fairly extensive set of powers that the municipalities have through the planning boards to control the shape and in fact whether or not subdivisions are allowed to happen at all. It's provided through RSA 674. The planning boards will look at lots of land to determine whether they meet zoning and whether they meet such criteria as whether the development is too scattered or premature. Similarly, we provide for the Department of Environmental Services to regulate subdivisions with respect to septic and water supply. Again, it's a fairly powerful tool. They can deny the development of new lots if they determine that they do not meet minimum standards for the ability to deal with subsurface wastewater disposal. These are very powerful tools. Now, we regulate condominiums through RSA 356B. We have created, for municipal regulations, we have stated that the conversion of a development that's otherwise legal to condominium form of ownership is a non-event for land use regulation purposes. You can't treat a condominium any differently from any other development based upon the form of ownership. Essentially, if there's no change in land use, a condominium conversion can't be denied. It's not subject to any to the subdivision control that normally the municipality has. Now, the definition of subdivision in RSA 674 for municipalities and RSA 482 A for wastewater or septic control is essentially the same. A subdivision is taking an existing parcel of land and dividing it into individual lots or parcels for the purpose of development. Lots are defined as building parcels. If it's not a division of land, it's not a subdivision. The issue that this bill tries to represent is that DES has interpreted the definition of subdivision to include a condominium conversion when there is no change in land use. There is no division of land. It's just a change of ownership. This essentially says that a change of ownership doesn't change the septic disposal needs. It doesn't change the use at all, and should not be subject to denial based upon the current standards that might be applied to the lot in question. Again, the standards of the subsurface disposal standards are based upon lots, the capability of the land. The condominium conversion, you don't have any new lots. There is nothing there to analyze. So it's the denial of condominium conversions just because they're changing ownership is really outside of the statutory scheme that the legislature has established for regulation of condominiums and subdivisions. The language here just tries to clarify that, saying that if it's only a subdivision, if it's only a conversion, only a change of ownership, and it doesn't involve creation of any new lots, then it's outside the subdivision control portion of the DES regulation. Now, what this bill does not do is does not change a municipality's ability to regulate subdivisions that actually create new lots. That is unchanged. That's actually well controlled by existing law and by numerous court cases. And it doesn't change DES's ability to deal with actual subdivisions where new lots are being created. Doesn't change their ability to deal with new septic system installations. It doesn't change their ability to deal with increases in load, such as by adding units or adding bedrooms, et cetera. It doesn't change their ability to deal with replacement systems or with problems when a septic system fails and pollutes groundwater or nearby properties. None of that changes. It's only this ability to stop a condominium conversion that has no other impacts. The statutory, well, the DES's interpretation of 482B2 really calls into question this overall statutory scheme. I think it's clear that we as the legislature are the ones who determine what the statutory scheme is. We alone determine what the legislative intent is. If the administrative agencies are unclear on that, then I think we need to change the statute to make it clear what the overall scheme is, and that's what this bill does. Glad to take questions.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Do I see anybody have any questions for the rep? Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you say a little bit about the reasoning behind the last sentence in your change here, which reads, changes in the hours, days, or seasons of operation shall not be considered a change in land use? I mean, what if the condominium is converted for the purpose of multiple short-term rentals? Wouldn't that have an impact on load?
Well, if it does, then DES can regulate. So they can regulate any increase in load, but it would just need to show that there's an increase in load that creates a need for a new or upgraded septic disposal system. So all it does is it takes that out of the subdivision portion of the regulation. It leaves it in the increased load. So if you go from seasonal rentals to a longer period of time, if that creates a change in the septic load that would require a change in the septic system that treats it, then that's still within DES's ability to regulate.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me the means of regulation that DES has? Because once the conversion is made, And once the property is now being used for a different use other than housing one family or two families, the horse is out of the barn. So what is the power that DES has in that situation?
So if it's simply a condominium conversion, it's not a change change in use by our own definitions, by the statutory definition of that's in RSA 674. I'm sorry, RSA 356B. This only accepts or pulls out those situations where there's a change in ownership and no new building lots. And again, the increase in load, if you go from 2 units to 6 dwelling units, that's going to require a permit through through DES right now, whether it's a condominium conversion or not.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So my question pertains to Section 2, and you may have answered this in your bill introduction. Line 7 on page 2. My question is, why is land use and site plan struck in light of the added language in lines 2 through 5?
Well, the land use plans are, site plan regulations is a subset of zoning regulations. In other words, you have to have zoning in place before you can have site plan regulations. So zoning is the overall control. And, you know, if there's a change in use, in other words, if you, or an increase in use of a property that's subject to site plan review. So in other words, if you have a 10-unit apartment building and you're going to 20 units, that is going to require a site plan review irrespective of the subdivision regulations or subdivision laws, subdivision ordinances. So that the requirement for site plan is not, doesn't trigger subdivision review, I guess is the way to say it. That there may be site plan review that is not a subdivision change.
Further questions? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess along that same line of questioning that Representative Power and Representative Stavis had, I'm a little bit confused as far as what type of reviews are required to get this conversion permit or process going. Can you tell me that?
So right now, if it's a large enough unit, the Attorney General's Consumer Protection Bureau is involved in the in regulating and registering larger condominiums over 10 units. That is more of sort of consumer protection, or people have the information they need to make an informed purchase. Our existing tenants in an apartment building, for example, being protected. So if it's an existing either legal or non-conforming use, then and it's only a condominium conversion, we permit municipalities to require or to have a procedure for a special exception. basically to determine if those circumstances apply. If there is no other change, if there is no change in land use, if there's nothing other than just the conversion to condominium ownership, then it can't be denied, but that there is a process for review under the special exception process.
So you mentioned not, it's not size restricted basically now by the fact that you were referring to over 10 units. And then you were also saying that there's a special use permit based on this now that allows the conversion?
If the municipality so provides in their ordinances, they can require a condominium conversion to undergo a special exception review process. So, but because of the other, because of 356B, they cannot treat that project any differently because it's a condominium conversion. So in other words, they can't deny it just because you're selling it to, on a condominium basis. If it doesn't comply with the other, if it does something, if it does add units, for example, or if it does add, creates a subdivision by dividing off a portion of the property, then of course it would still be subject to the existing subdivision or site plan review.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, we've got a planning board member here geeking out on this.
I was on the planning board for 20 years and I've represented planning boards and represented, sorry, go ahead.
If this were to become law, would it not have an effect on a municipality's ability to promulgate regulations under 674?
Well, no, they can, well, subdivisions as the legislature has envisioned them, in other words, subdivisions of land into different parcels, would still be regulated under local subdivision ordinances, the same as they are now. This doesn't affect that at all. And actually, like right now, if the municipality were to try to regulate as a subdivision, something that's simply a condominium conversion, it would not pass muster through the courts because that's been prohibited by the legislature through other legislation.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the problem that this change to the legislation seeks to solve?
So the problem is that DES can, in fact, in some circumstances must deny under their regulations and their interpretation of this law, they can and must deny a condominium conversion when there is no change in the land use. It's only a condominium conversion. They consider any condominium conversion to be a subdivision. If it's a subdivision, they do not permit it if it does not conform to current standards for lot loading for septic. Again, this only applies for lots that aren't on the municipal sewer system. So, there are standards saying that if you have this many units, you have to have this amount of land, depending on what the percolation tests are, the location, and similar factors. And if it doesn't meet those standards, they deny it. And then the purpose of that is to prevent new lots from being created that can't meet the new standards. So they get to stop this in advance during the planning stage before these lots are created. And I'm not, that doesn't change. That's a good thing. You don't want to have people not be able to develop their lots. You want to stop it before it happens. Same on the municipal side. This doesn't change that. If there is an actual division of land into new lots, then it's still covered by DES subdivision regulations. This only says that in this circumstance where the only change is a change in ownership, then it's not a land use event that is subject to the DES subdivision regulations. If they deny the conversion, nothing good happens for the public. You know, the existing building continues on. Continues on in a different ownership. So whatever the septic system is, whatever the septic load is, can continue on until it fails or needs replacement. So the denial of the ownership doesn't improve, doesn't preserve environmental quality or health. It just penalizes the owner who now can't sell his property.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony. I think we're going to call Philip Trowbridge next.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, Chairman Turcott and members of the committee, for the record, my name is Philip Trowbridge. I'm the manager of the land resource programs at New Hampshire DES. Those programs include the Subsurface Systems Bureau, which regulates septic systems and subdivision of land. So the department opposes this bill because it would remove protections for buyers of condominiums and which could lead to some of these owners losing value of their property. And it also perpetuates pollution of lakes and rivers from very old septic systems that would otherwise be modernized as part of the subdivision process. I think what I want to do is start by addressing some of the introduction that Representative Faulkner gave regarding the department's authorities regarding subdivision and also how we handle that situation. The statute as it's currently written specifically gives the department authority to regulate condominium conveyances of property. And this is one of the concerns we had of this bill is it sets up a separate issue, which is condominium conversion, which in our opinion is the same thing. And so you would have two different definitions of the same thing, one of which requires subdivision regulation and one of which doesn't. So I think that the question of does the department, it's not really an interpretation that the department is making to regulate condominium conversions. It's what we see is clearly written in the statute as our authority to regulate condominium conversions. The background on the whole reason why the department's involved with this, I think Representative Faulkner did an excellent job of introducing that. These regulations require an assessment of the properties to be created to ensure that each new property can have a septic system that can adequately treat the waste that is generated. The reason for this is to protect the buyers so that they know what they're buying and also to maintain water quality in our lakes and rivers. I think the best way to explain why condominium conveyances is something that we need to look at is with an example. So what something we often deal with is a lakefront property that was an old camp, like a campground. It might have multiple houses on it, multiple cabins on the shores of a lake. It's got a single owner now. It was developed 100 years ago before there were septic system regulations or subdivision regulations. The question is what to do when the septic systems in that property need to be upgraded. These are normally substandard lots, meaning they're too small for the number of properties that are on them. And the septic systems that are in the ground were put in before regulations existed, so they're normally quite a bit smaller and most likely not very effective. So when one of those septic systems goes into failure, it needs to be replaced by a new modern system at meeting modern standards, which is quite a bit bigger. If these, cabins or structures are close together, there may not be the space to do that without interfering with one of the other cabins. So if there's a single ownership of the property, that owner could make decisions about moving a cabin or replacing a cabin or removing a cabin. if those cabins are all condominiumized and owned by separate people, then you could end up with a situation where the septic system for cabin A goes into failure. They need the space that's occupied by cabin B to put in a septic system. Cabin B is owned by somebody else who may or may not be willing to give them that space. And so the owner of cabin A essentially has a property that they can't occupy, because you can't occupy a house that doesn't have adequate means to treat the sewage and waste. So that's why we think it's important for protecting the buyers of these condominiums to know what they're getting when they buy it, that they're getting a property that has the capability to treat the sewage and waste if it has to be replaced. Some people have asked me, well, is this really just an old property thing? What about a modern multifamily house that's purchased or built now, and it's got a septic system that was installed according to state regulations, and it meets lot loading requirements? In those cases, we still think it's a good idea for us to have the subdivision regulations. The lot loading calculations are pro forma. It's very easy because obviously it's met the current standards. But one aspect of our regulations is that it requires that the responsibility for the maintenance, operation, and replacement of the septic system be clearly established in the condominium agreement. It's very much common sense, and we would like to think that that would happen anyway, but sometimes it doesn't, and it's important that we have this regulation, because the cost to replace a system for a large multifamily house is $50,000. And I think with that large cost, it can lead to conflicts among owners if it's not clearly spelled out in the agreement. So that's another reason why that regulation is important. And finally, I'm from the Department of Environmental Services. I've talked a lot about real estate, but really, one of the other issues here is water quality. We feel like this bill would be a step backwards for protection of the water quality of our lakes and rivers. Considering the high percentage of the state of New Hampshire population that receives their drinking water from wells, protection of the groundwater quality is very important for protecting public health. Old cabins on the shores of lakes likely to have poorly functioning systems that do not adequately treat the waste. Exempting these properties from the septic system review when there's a condominium conveyance would be a missed opportunity to protect the natural resources that drive tourism in the state. So in conclusion, the department opposes the bill. We think the statute is worded correctly as it is, and it's serving its intended purpose. And we think that the fixes, while this may be helpful to certain properties for certain sales, we think that it's not good policy for the whole state and would have unintended consequences if passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Representative Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, to get back to a previous question, the problem this seeks to solve is a problem for folks who want to sell these properties and may not be able to sell them because they would have to go through this extra step of planning.
Thank you, Representative Davis, for the question. That is one problem. We've encountered some situations like that, where there's a property where selling the whole property would be a challenge, but selling off individual pieces would be easier. And one of the things I didn't touch on in my testimony is this issue of a term called lot loading that you may be familiar with. It's not, aside from just the size of the septic system, a parcel of land, depending on the type of soil, can only treat a certain amount of waste. And so if you have, let's say, a 10 acre parcel and you can treat 2,000 gallons per parcel, per acre, you can do, I'm not going to do the math, but you guys can do the math. There's a limited amount of flow that can be treated on that property, and that's lot loading. RSA 45A in statute says the department cannot waive the lot loading requirements for properties. And so if someone is now wanting to sell one of these properties and they've got twice the lot loading of what is capable, the lot is capable of handling, going through the subdivision review is saying, I'm sorry, we can subdivide this for you, but half of the dwellings are going to have to be removed. And that certainly diminishes the sale price of the property.
Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So your whole objection to, not the whole, but your primary objection to this bill is that DES does not have then the proper oversight to make sure that current septic design is met for the condominium use. Is that correct?
Thank you, Representative Brown, for the question. I think that is correct. It's a simplification. I'd like to go back to the reasons why we feel that the subdivision regulations are important for us to do, which is to make sure whoever's buying the properties has assurance that that property can meet the septic system requirements for treating their waste, and also is protecting groundwater and surface waters.
Is it a true follow-up? It is. Go follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So basically, the only thing that you're concerned about, the real thing that you're concerned about, is making sure that the DES has the opportunity to review the site to make sure it's adequate for the use. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Probably restating it helped me understand.
Representative Mangiaputi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Scott, for taking my question. How would it be different if it was municipal sewer and water versus septic, because it's more regulated?
Yeah. Thank you, Representative Mangiaputi. Yes, you're 100% correct. I failed to mention that for subdivision with municipal water and sewer, our regulations do not apply.
Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at the first page of the bill, lines 23 and 24, where it says changes in the hours, days, or seasons of operation, ... So with this type of a change, would this not, I think that you touched upon it in your testimony, it would in fact indeed have an impact on lot load with regards to the wastewater, the septic.
Yeah.
Additionally, would this not also affect the wells and the water table and that supply with those types of changes?
All right. Thank you, Representative Power. And I thank you for bringing this up, because I was making a note when you had the discussion earlier to touch on this issue. And I think this gets to the question of changes in, to short-term rentals. And I have a two-part answer. And the first part is in fact and in reality, a change in the amount of the frequency of occupation of a residence would increase the water use physically. I need to say the second part, importantly, is that the way that we determine the flow that we regulate for a structure is not based on the frequency of operation. It's based on the number of bedrooms, or if it's a restaurant, the number of seats. I mean, there's quite a long table of how you calculate the flow. And so, in effect, for us, this wouldn't affect the way that we look at lot loading. But it is an issue, and we do get a lot of calls from people who are calling us now and saying, the property across from me is now a short-term rental, and it's full every weekend with 25 people, and isn't this violating your septic system requirements? And our answer is, they haven't changed the number of bedrooms. That's, in terms for our regulations, it's still the same. What will happen is that if they are overusing the system will fail. And then the responsibility will be on owner to fix it.
Further questions? Seeing none, I have a couple of quick ones for you.
Yes.
On line 20 and 21, it talks about the condominium conversion. And on 21, it talks about a condominium conversion means, and it goes on to, I assume, give a definition. Is there a definition of condominium conversion anywhere else in the RSAs?
Thank you, Representative Turcott. Our attorneys looked for that and did not find one. And that was part of our concern, is that we did not think that there was a difference between a conveyance and a conversion, in fact.
Second question. I know we're talking a lot about lakefronts and water quality for, condominium conversions around the lakes. Would let's just say a large house sitting on a small lot somewhere that is not served by water and sewer, if that was subdivided into, instead of going from, let's just say, one single house to 5 condominium units, with now actually more bedrooms, more water usage and discharge for sewer, is that something you would also consider a condo conversion? I'm talking away from the waterfront now.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get an idea of what this condominium conversion or conveyance includes. How would you handle that situation?
Thank you for the question. And I think if I'm getting it correct, it's a small lot with a large house, and then, but then that house being divided up into maybe apartments and being condominiumized, and not on municipal sewer, not on municipal water, on a private well and a septic system. We would be involved with that, and what they would be assured in terms of flow is the current flow that they have. So meaning, like, I guess if the concern would be that someone's got a house that, it's a, let's just say it's being, existing house with 6 bedrooms, it's becoming 3 2-bedroom apartments, just for example, then they could maintain the flow that they have, even though they've changed form of ownership. They'd have to go through the subdivision process, but even if they didn't meet lot loading, they would still be guaranteed the existing flow that they have. If they were to want to increase their use, like add a 7th bedroom, then if that met the lot loading, that would be fine. If it didn't, they would be at least allowed to maintain their existing flow.
Totally understand that. I guess to be a little clearer, would this bill have any effect or change what you do in that situation?
Yes, it would. It's the same situation as if there were multiple structures.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
All right. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Andrea Lamoureux, New Hampshire Lakes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to the committee. I'm Andrea Lamoureux, President and Policy Advocate for New Hampshire Lakes, and I'm here today to testify in opposition to House Bill 236. So New Hampshire Lakes, I think, first of all, I think Phil did a great job. Mr. Trowbridge did a great job of presenting our concerns, specific concerns relative to lakes. So New Hampshire Lakes, we're a statewide nonprofit organization. Our mission is to restore and preserve the health of our lakes. We represent about 2,000 individuals, about 100 lake associations, community groups, and each of those associations has hundreds of members as well. So I said our mission is to restore and preserve the health of our lakes. Our mission up until last year was actually to keep New Hampshire's lakes clean and healthy. So we've changed that mission. We need to restore and preserve the health of our lakes. What I wanted to talk to you today about is just the state of the health of our lakes. We can no longer pretend here in New Hampshire that our lakes are clean and healthy. There are some serious issues they are facing. Some of you may have heard about toxic cyanobacteria blooms. That's an issue the legislature took up last year and now has commissioned DES to do a plan to address those toxic blooms. Those toxic blooms in our lakes are caused by a number of things, but one of them is nutrient pollution. So we're concerned that exempting, taking away the opportunity for DES to weigh in on, the septic systems for these condominium conveyances is really a missed opportunity to find systems that are failing, to work with property owners to, fix these failing systems, and to make sure that, future replacements associated with these properties have adequate space for adequate septic systems. So failing septic systems leach nutrients into the water, into the groundwater, and eventually into our lakes. And there in the lake, these nutrients spur on these toxic cyanobacteria blooms. So I'll save you the big science lesson, but failing septic systems and outdated septic systems are not good for lake quality. And I just wanted to bring in a little bit of data to let you know how serious this problem is of toxic cyanobacteria blooms. We're seeing an increased frequency and duration of these toxic blooms in our lakes. Last summer, this Department of Environmental Services issued 46 public health advisories for toxic blooms on 37 of our water bodies and lakes. People were basically told to stay out of the water, to keep their kids and their pets out of the water because they could get really sick. Short-term illnesses and also chronic long-term illnesses. A little bit more data here. So our state parks that have beaches in total experienced 77 advisory days. So people visiting those state parks, our residents and out-of-state visitors, 77 days total last summer, couldn't swim in the lake that they wanted to go swim in. The average length of a toxic bloom on our water bodies last year was 25 days. The longest bloom, so the longest advisory, was 103 days. So these toxic blooms are not only endangering the health of our lakes and endangering people's health and people's enjoyment of our lakes, they're also endangering property values. In the past couple of years, some studies have been coming out about the impact of recurring toxic cyanobacteria blooms on lakes, and this data is showing that property values can decrease by anywhere from 5 to 25%. That seems like a lot, but if you've ever experienced a recurring cyanobacteria bloom, you would get it, and you probably would be concerned about living along a lake like that. And I just wanted to point out that our lakes, clean and healthy lakes, bring a lot to our state, for recreation, for our residents, our visitors. They bring a lot to our economy. There have been 2 recent economic studies showing, one showed that Lake Winnipesaukee, our biggest lake, is valued
Could you
at...
hold on one sec?
Yeah.
Could we attempt to keep we're talking a lot about the
Value.
blooms. Could
Yep.
we talk specifically about this? I know
Yes, I appreciate that,
we
Chairman.
need to wrap
Yes.
it up. We're getting...
Yeah. So
Thank you.
basically, my point is just going off of what Mr. Trowbridge said, that we think that, this is a missed opportunity, what this bill is presenting to find septic systems, make sure that when they're failing, they are able to be adequately replaced to help protect and hopefully restore the health of our lakes, which is good for our citizens, our residents, our economy, property taxes, all of that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yes.
Representative Treleaven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. How does this change in this bill relate to the fact that we have a site assessment study law in place whenever property is transferred from one owner to another within 200 feet of the body of water?
That is a good question, and my understanding in that this is different in that it's subdivision and condominiumized. So yes, when an individual sells their property, there is a site assessment. Nothing has to happen to the system, but I understand. My understanding is that this is a different situation.
Thanks.
Sure.
Further questions? I see none. Thank you very much for your
Thank
testimony.
you.
Final pink card, Nate Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. We oppose this legislation, mainly on a cost basis, but there are a couple technical issues I wanted to point out to the committee. The chair asked a question about whether there's a definition of condominium conversion anywhere in the statutes. Under the Condominium Act, RSA 356-B:3 Roman 9, there's a definition for conversion condominium, which is the order of words reversed. It's a different definition than is provided here. Representative Power asked about page 2, line 7, crossing out site plan regulations. I would note that that was something we noted as a technical issue as well, because obviously site plan regulations are adopted under 674:44. They're adopted by the planning board. They're separate from a zoning ordinance, which is adopted by the legislative body by town meeting under 674:16. So this would change exactly what type of regulations would apply in condominium purposes. And then finally, under page 2, lines 2 through 5, currently the conversion of existing properties to condos can be regulated by local rules if and only if that's provided for in the zoning ordinance, which again is adopted under 674:16. And that authority is found in 672:14. And that provides a definition of subdivision, which is different than the definition provided in this bill. So that could be problematic depending exactly how that plays out, because there's no harmonization there. And this bill doesn't contemplate changing that regulation. As far as the main point I want to bring up is just to build off the example given by DES, which is that if you have a situation where there is a conversion and the septic system fails and there's no room for a new septic system, what happens with that property? And you either end up with a situation where it's not usable because there's no way to get rid of human waste, or you end up with a situation, as we've seen in some towns, where they've more or less been required to run a new public sewer line down to that property. And that is a very costly endeavor, costing millions of dollars, requiring bonding at the local level, and it ends up costing taxpayers quite a significant amount of money. And we are concerned that passage of this bill could set up municipalities, especially along lakes regions, for a situation where they would be required to run public sewer lines to properties along the lake, which again would cost a significant amount of money. Happy to take any questions.
Representative Manjapudi.
Never fails. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question. This is from how does this address the critical need of housing in our state in different communities? Not every community has public sewer and water.
Representative Manjapudi, I don't believe that has anything to do with this bill. Do you have a question on Mr. Grace's testimony?
Yes. In terms of subdivision, wouldn't that be creating more housing if it
No.
is subdivided?
No, because it's just a change of ownership. So you're not creating any new buildings or anything. And because there isn't that review by DES, you have a situation where you might have buildings that currently are able to be occupied by residents, which would no longer be able to be occupied by residents. So it could decrease.
Any further questions? Nate, could you just, you said RSA 356D colon, what was it?
B as in boy, colon 3, Roman 9. And it's conversion condominium, so the words are reversed.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Thank
Further
you.
questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I don't have any more pink cards on this bill, HB 236 on the blue sheet. I have one person signed in favor. And with that, we'll close the hearing on HB 236. And we now open up HB 265 relative to municipal property tax relief for installation of fire suppression systems. And Representative Burrows, I believe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee, for hearing HB 265, which is relative to enabling municipal property relief for the installation of fire suppression systems. This was a bill that was drafted in direct result of a major fire that happened in North Conway at the Red Jacket Inn. You might have seen it on television or in the paper in April of 2022. I was coming back home from the south. I saw smoke everywhere, and I heard on the radio about it, and I thought to myself, there's going to be deaths here. Miraculously, there were 2 firefighters and 2 civilians injured, not seriously, but the fire destroyed a huge section of the hotel, which is a major institution in our community. We also have a water park there, so it draws a lot of tourists. Again, as I said, luckily, there were not fatalities, but the reality was that guests had to jump from balconies, from one balcony to another to escape the impact of the fire. In January of this year, Hunter's Shop and Stave in Wolfboro was reduced to rubble due to a fire. And again, luckily for this one, it began at 9:15 p.m., and I believe no one was injured. But if you've been to Wolfboro, the store is in the middle of town. It was fortunate that no other businesses or homes were impacted. And this is a major institution in a small town that depends on it. Many people depended on to buy their groceries. So this bill, was drafted with the hope of preventing such fires in the future. Those of us who were involved in drafting this bill quickly learned that the mandate of putting in fire suppression systems for older buildings was not an option because in talking to small innkeepers and small hotels, they said this bill, such a mandate would put us out of business, which was not something that we wanted to do. So, and again, because of the high costs of these systems, they're astronomically high. And again, we did not want to put people out. So today, automatic fire sprinklers are a fire code requirement as of 1991 for buildings that are not high rises, but older structures are grandfathered and are not subject to this requirement. So this bill was drafted with the assistance of Sean Toomey, who is here, the state fire marshal, who suggested that RSA 79E, the community revitalization tax relief incentive, could be an option to help with a sprinkler retrofit. As such, it would allow municipalities to provide local tax relief for the installation of automatic fire suppression or sprinkler systems for qualifying instructors under the Community Revitalization Tax Relief Incentive. This program allows a municipality to provide a temporary period of limited tax relief for property owners who wish to undertake a substantial rehabilitation of a qualifying structure, which will provide at least one public benefit. I think the initial intent of this section was for historic structures, but there are also buildings in our communities that play an important role. Like I said, the supermarket and the Red Jacket certainly are important structures in our community. So as such, we inserted an amendment to RSA 79E2 by adding a qualifying structure for the installation of automatic fire suppression or sprinkler systems. And this would not include dwelling units used only for residential purposes. The owner of a qualifying structure who wishes to install such a fire suppression system may apply to the municipality where the property is located for tax relief. The municipality may grant, again, it's enabling, may grant tax assessment relief for a period of up to 5 years following the installation of a fire system. The municipality may determine that the installation of such a system would be a benefit to the community under this tax relief incentive. The qualifying structure would, for a period of time determined by a local governing body, get the property tax on a qualifying structure, which will not increase as a result of the rehabilitation or, as in this case, the addition of the fire suppression system. So I'm asking you to support this bill to help more businesses, hotels, and other businesses install modern fire protections technology, and will enable it to keep its occupants in our community safe from fires in the future.
Thank you very much. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Burrows, for taking my question. My question has to do with the use of the word "or" in lines 8 and line 15. I think you may have just answered in your testimony about historic structures, if that was what you had in mind. That's my first question. And my second question has to do with the fact that, do you have any concern that using "or" as opposed to "and" might result in people converting buildings into warehouses and putting sprinkler systems in them that don't necessarily do anything for community revitalization, but give them tax breaks?
Okay, and just in regard to your second question, I have a copy of the bill that doesn't have, for some reason, doesn't have the same numbering as yours, so I can't refer to that, but I'm happy to go back to that. In terms of the historic structures, that was the original intent of this incentive, and oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. Do you want to ask me that one again?
Sure. It's lines 8 and 15. It's just the use of the word "or" instead of the use of the word "and."
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I'd be amenable to amending that to "and."
Thank you.
And again, in terms of the historic structures, that was the original intent of the community revitalization tax relief, as I said. But I think that we have structures in our community are not necessarily of historic value that provide a great benefit. For example, a supermarket. Certainly, you could argue that.
Representative Trelevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, and thanks for coming to testify. I'm wondering, who is going to decide what a fire suppression system is worth in a building, and what portion of that worth would go to the taxes, either to the tax relief or to the taxes that would be charged after the relief was done?
That's a good question. I would make the assumption that the cost of the system would be what we'd be looking at in terms of the relief. That let's just hypothetically say that it was $1 million. What this would do is the municipality could grant relief in terms of you're not raising the assessed value of the property for another $1 million for up to 5 years.
Got it.
And the municipality gets to decide that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Ukella.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. Is there anything in this that would limit them to the cost of the enhancement, and is there anything that limits them to say determine that having more buildings with the sprinkler system is in the public interest, and therefore any business would be able to have this relief, shouldered by the local
I
homeowners?
think you put in an application to your municipality, and they would make that determination as to whether this is a public benefit, is how I read it.
No? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. Hello. On line 14, just like Representative Yakawa had said, The process for his, what type of review would be done to grant the relief? Would this go before the selectmen, the fire chief? You know, what process would be actually done? Do you have an idea on that? I'm not saying you do, but I'm just curious.
I don't, I think that process would depend on the municipality. Again, there is an application, they put it forth, and then they would make that determination.
So this is just enabling legislation to allow it.
exactly.
All right, thank you.
Further questions? I have one quick one. It's kind of along the same lines. Is it my understanding then that the granting of tax relief, I see it as maybe being a little subjective? Is that the case? I mean, is it the individuals who are going to decide how much and how long to give the tax relief?
Well, the bill says it's up to 5 years. And to my mind, I mean, like I used in the other example, if you're paying $1 million for a system, you know, that's a good basis to decide, you know, is that enhance the value of the property by $1 million in terms of tax relief?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
But as written, it's pretty much open to interpretation.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
I would agree with
Thanks. Representative Ukella?
Thank you. Thank you for taking another question. Is the decision on who gets and how much completely dependent on the governing body and the actual taxpayers that are going to have to subsidize this relief? Do they have no say in this under this law?
Well, the municipality decides, and they are representing their constituents. So, you know, just like any other body makes decisions on behalf of the taxpayers, this wouldn't be any different.
Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm very familiar with 79E and the governing body making the choice of how many years you get. Would this, do you think this new change will require readoption of 79E because you're adding a significantly different thing to it?
I'm not sure. This is an amendment to that. So I'm
Right.
not sure I'm understanding your question.
A municipality has to adopt 79E in the process to go through and the number of years and public purpose, et cetera. But this change to me is kind of substantial because it goes off historic structures and historic districts and, you know, kind of the aim of reuse of buildings. So my question is, in your opinion, would this require a municipality to readopt 79E?
I'd answer it by saying, again, this is not a mandate, it's enabling. So if they choose to do this, there's no mandate for them to do so when we insert this amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your testimony. We have one other pink card, Thomas Zodi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Tom Zotti. I currently serve as the Fire Chief and Emergency Management Director in Wolfboro. I've been in the fire service for a few months shy of 33 years, all of which is with the town of Wolfboro. I'm not here today to talk about the technical details of this. I'd just like to relate my experience with sprinklered buildings and unsprinklered buildings and so forth, if I might. I would like to start by reading a few lines of a report from the National Fire Protection Association called U.S. Experience with Sprinklers. It was published in 2021. Sprinklers reduce the impact of fires. Compared to reported fires in properties with no automatic extinguishing systems, when sprinklers were present, the civilian fire death and injury rates per fire were 89% and 27% lower, respectively. The rate of firefighter injuries per fire was 60% lower. Fire spread was confined to the object or room of origin in 95% of reported structure fires in which sprinkler systems were present, compared to 71% in properties without. Sprinklers have proven to be reliable in reported structure fires considered large enough to activate them. From 2015 to 2019, Sprinklers operated in 92% of such fires and were effective at controlling the fire in 96% of the incidents in which they operated. Overall, sprinkler systems operated and were effective in 88% of the fires considered large enough to activate them. One sprinkler is usually enough to control a fire. In 77% of the structure fires where sprinklers operated, only one operated. In 97%, 5 or fewer operated. In 99%, 10 or fewer operated. That said, I hope, at this point, we are not arguing whether sprinklers are effective or not. I think there's a general consensus that they work. My experience in Wolfboro, as many of you I'm sure are aware, we have a fairly compact, older downtown area and also a relatively rural outside of town, if you will. But based on our size, we're roughly 6,400 under the latest census with an estimate of 18 to 20,000 folks seasonally. We don't see that many buildings proposed or even renovated or rehabilitated that are large enough or of a type of use that would trigger fire and building code requirements to be sprinklered. We do have them and we do see them, but not nearly as much as a Concord or a Manchester or a Portsmouth, perhaps. That said, and looking back at the statistics we mentioned earlier, in our tend to be smaller buildings, as time has gone by and maybe there had been a minor renovation or a change of use or a new tenant or something like that, I've always kind of made it my mission to hopefully nudge the owner or operator, or at least have them think about, would it be worth sprinklering this building? Nobody ever argues sprinklers don't work. They argue they cost too much. It's always, frankly, an economic consideration. They're looking for, as you well know, return on investment, or over how many years will I see a return on my investment? What other dollars and cents benefits will we see from that? Legislation like this, I think, in my opinion, gives us one more tool in the toolbox to allow business owners and operators to see the benefit of sprinkler installation, particularly in existing structures, to be able to run the numbers and feel that it's a cost-effective system to install. I would point out, too, that as I understand, on the federal level, the CARES Act has enabled business owners to use an accelerated depreciation schedule. So to my way of thinking, the enabling legislation at the local level, plus what might be available at the federal level, may be enough to put some of those business owners who might be on the fence, show them enough benefit to make them feel it's worth their while to install sprinklers. I know Fire Marshal Toomey is here, and he can probably go way further into the weeds than I can on some of these things. But to sum up, I think this is just, again, another tool in the toolbox to incentivize business owners and operators to do something that I think, again, we all agree works. It's just if we can bring the cost to a manageable level, it stands to reason we'll see more of them. And at the same time, as I read it, this would allow the municipality to decide how much and to some degree for how long and what sort of form that may take. And I think that is an appropriate approach, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions I might.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Trelevin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Do you have any idea as to the insurance costs for a building that is sprinkled versus the same building that's not sprinkled?
I'm not in a position to give you dollars and cents, but I know as I've discussed it with people over the years, and I say that with the understanding that the last few years may have thrown off some of these numbers, both on the insurance side and on the construction side.
Right.
The numbers I would be here would be, and again, I believe this was more in new construction, but it was a 6 to 8-ish year payback in terms of reduction on an insurance premium versus unsprinklered and that sort of thing. Again, with current conditions and stuff, I'm sure that has changed one way or the other.
Perfectly fine. That's all I needed. Ballpark. Thanks.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm a member of the engineers union. I've been working down in Boston for decades. Have you given any thought to the load on your department with testing these systems like monthly and yearly? If all of these systems were installed, is your department ready to handle that kind of load?
As a general statement, we wouldn't be doing the testing. The business owner or operator would contract with a company that would do the actual testing. We do, in many cases, witness that testing and that sort of thing. It would take some reorganization, perhaps. I don't see it resulting in necessarily having to hire new positions or anything. Again, I'm going from my experience in a town the size of Wolfboro. I obviously can't speak for another municipality. We do also currently for routine maintenance and testing and that sort of thing, except the signed documentation from the sprinkler company as to what testing they did, what the results were, and that sort of thing.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Threw me off, Mr. Chair. You're looking the other way. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You spoke extensively about the sprinkler system. What about the other fire suppression system? How does that benefit, or, the bill alludes to that? Are there other more efficient, less costly, or more costly but more efficient systems?
I think in general, when we speak to fire suppression systems, I think the assumption is we're talking about building sprinkler systems. Obviously, there are more limited area extinguishing systems, if you will, for example, in the ventilation hood in a commercial cooking operation and that sort of thing. As I read this, again, as a more or less a lay person when it comes to legislation, I read that to it kind of refers to sprinklers. If this is written in a broad enough fashion that it would include, for example, the suppression in a ventilation hood, it's something for a municipality to consider, but typically that is driven by a code requirement. Either you have to have it or you don't have to have it. If it meets certain requirements, you would have to install the suppression system by the letter of the code. I see this legislation as benefiting a town like Wolfboro, where we have those.
Sir, I think you've answered her question. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief, for taking the question. Simple question. Knowing the compact nature of your downtown and interconnected buildings, do you see town leaders advocating for this as a benefit to your town?
I think it would be a good subject for discussion. As you heard one of the sponsors earlier, we did 2 weeks ago have a significant fire in town, which has, as you might imagine, resulted in some discussion. I don't want to put myself in a position of speaking for the Board of Selectmen or anybody like that, but this has been obviously a topic of a lot of conversation in the last few weeks, especially. So my instinct is that if this sort of legislation were enacted and that could become a possibility, it would certainly generate discussion as to whether or not it was appropriate for Wolfboro to adopt a set of guidelines to do that. I would, if this were successful, I would ask them to at least consider it. Again, I don't want to put words in somebody else's mouth, but we'd certainly want to look at it.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So in regard to these types of fires that you're talking about, your department responds, Lakes Region Mutual Aid responds. How much does that typically cost to respond to something like that, as opposed to, like the offset in taxes that you would end up giving them?
I guess I'm not in a position to give you actual dollars and cents, but
Just
as you can
general.
imagine, again, I'll use the recent fire in Wolfboro as an example. I estimate we had approximately 100 responders to the scene. And when I say responders, I'm not just talking about firefighters. Most of our town highway department was there to help us. Our municipal electric department was there. Our water treatment plant operator was there and you could have knocked me over with a feather when he said, we can't sustain this. We got to do something different. So if you take that number of people, many of the departments around us are set up similar to the way we are as combination departments, some full-time people, some part-time call or volunteers. And you start adding up those numbers, it's a significant number. I really don't feel comfortable trying to take a guess.
I do have some numbers. No.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you very much for your testimony. I have no more pink cards on the Blease sheet. I have 3 who have signed in. 2 of them were testimony, 3 pro. And hearing on 273, 265 is closed. Open up at hearing on HB 273, requiring composting and waste recycling to be made to residents of public housing.
Hi, so
1 second, we have the wrong speaker cards here. 1 second, Representative Gallagher. Okay, Representative Gallagher, you're up.
hi, so I'm Representative Eric Gallagher from Concord Ward 6, which is Merrimack County District 20. I'm here to introduce House Bill 273, an act requiring composting and waste recycling to be made available to residents of public housing. So this is a bill I brought before this committee last term, and we ended up referring it to interim study because there's some more work that needed to be done on it. So yeah, I had, but then we never actually did the studying. So my intention was to turn this bill into a study committee for this time around, but it looks like OLS didn't actually do that for me. Yeah, I did message them saying I want this to be a study committee, and they said, yep, we got your request. We're going to do that, but then it looks like they never actually followed through. So since this bill isn't really what I asked for, and I would be perfectly fine if you just found it ITL if you want. And I'm not really going to spend too much time defending it since it's not what I asked for.
If the sponsor is recommending an ITL, I think it's probably gonna. I don't think we can do that today, but if that's the end of your testimony, we thank you. Yes, Representative Treleaven.
you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Representative Gallagher. Would another option be to say, send it to a study committee this time and really have a committee?
Or, well, yes, another option could be to vote to retain it. I
Thank
think
you.
interim studies for the second year of the term.
Yes, thank you.
Or, yeah,
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Nate Grace? Representative Gallagher, did you fill out a pink card?
no, I didn't. I can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. Any option that does not result in passage as written is perfectly fine with me. We do have an extensive fiscal note on this bill as written, and I just urge the committee to look at that. I'm happy to take any questions.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
One more pink card. We have Michael, I think there we go, still here. Michael Nork.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Michael Nork. I'm with the Solid Waste Management Bureau at New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. I guess the testimony that I was going to provide is pretty much moot at this point if the sponsor has decided to not.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Minchpudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nork, for taking my question. I know it's not in this committee, HB 300. Would that bring in waste management to across the state if that goes through?
Thank you for the question, Representative. There is another bill that the committee may be interested in. It's HB 300, which seeks to establish a food waste disposal ban for the state of New Hampshire that would affect primarily the largest commercial food waste generators in the state, with the intention that that would create more infrastructure and industry in the state to handle food waste for composting or anaerobic digestion. So that the intention there is that that bill would, create more of an atmosphere where composting would be more accessible. Correct.
Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, thank you for the testimony. Have no more pink cards. HB 273 public hearing is closed. And we will, on that one, there were no sign-ins on the blue sheet. We'll open up our last hearing of the day, HB 237, relative to the date of asset evaluation. And we recognize Vice Chairman Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 237. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County District 36. There are three main points that I'd like to make today. First, what does the bill do? Second, why is this bill needed? And third, how does the bill address the issue? First, what does this bill do? This is a straightforward bill that clearly establishes a date of assessed evaluation for the purpose of determining eligibility for certain property tax exemptions, namely exemption for the disabled, RSA 72:37-B, exemption for deaf or severely hearing impaired person, RSA 72:38-B, and exemption for elderly, RSA 72:39-A. Second, why is this bill needed? Under current statute, a property owner may be eligible for these property tax exemptions based on their income and assets. The application window begins on January 1st and extends to the statutory filing deadline of April 15th of the same year. For the purpose of evaluating the applicant's income, statute clearly defines the time frame as the prior calendar year. However, for the purpose of evaluating the applicant's level of assets, The time frame is at the time of application. This results in a total of 105 days from January 1st through April 15th for a municipality to measure one's assets. Clearly, this creates an inconsistency as well as unequal treatment both within a municipality as well as across the state. And third, how does this bill address the issue? This bill clearly establishes the date of December 31st in the calendar year preceding said April 1st for the evaluation of assets. This simple change in the law will ensure that every applicant within each community and across the state is treated by the same asset measurement date, bringing both consistency and fairness in administration. Lastly, I will note that language has been added to the affected statutes so that if this bill were to become law, local readoption of these exemptions by municipalities shall not be required. That concludes my bill introduction, Mr. Chairman, and in the interest of time, I will defer any questions to a subject matter expert that is signed in to testify behind me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll call Nate Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. I'm not the subject matter expert. That's Mr. Michaud. He's still in the audience. We do support this bill. This is a technical fix bill. I want to thank Representative Power for bringing this bill and a number of committee members for signing on to it. We support the concept of a consistent date so all taxpayers are treated equally, no matter what municipality they live in. Logically, end of year makes sense. That's already in the other statute referenced. So we think this is a good technical fix just to clarify the law as it should be. I'm happy to take any questions, but if you have any assessing questions, Mr. Michaud will testify after me.
Any questions, Representative Yocella?
Thank you. Thank you for taking the question. The date of filing versus the end of year, what do you think there is a benefit for, or maybe a detraction of setting a set date as far as, let's say you inherit $1 million on January 1st, are there situations that this could be problematic, or is it just beneficial, enough that it overweighs the possible negative ramifications of it being filed as of the date, or the assets of the date filed?
If someone's really interested in defrauding the government, I'm sure they can figure out how to do so. But realistically, we do need a date to at which point we can actually calculate what the government needs to do on its side of things. So realistically, the best option is probably the end of year, because that's when everyone's finances wrap up. That's when all of the banks, all of the investment companies, they all do, the accounting of assets. And that's what municipalities generally look at when we're talking about assets for the purposes of tax exemptions and credits.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Final pink card of the day, Jim Michaud.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I do have some written testimony. Would you like me to just pass it? Leave it right.
Just leave it right there on the desk with the rest. We'll get it. Thank
So
you.
my name is Jim Michaud. I'm Chief Assessor for the town of Hudson, New Hampshire. I am in favor of this bill. Currently, the statute does not lay out what date to use for net asset calculation of net assets. The practice has been time of application. Nobody could tell an assessor they were wrong to follow that way. In New Hampshire, in Hudson, we've been using end of calendar year asset measurement since I've been there. nobody can say that I'm incorrect in using that either because the law is silent. So this proposal is to set in law a standard date, as the prime sponsor said, and so people will be treated the same regardless of when they apply and as long as they apply timely. And also they'll be treated the same from community to community. I really think that this is a technical fix and will allow taxpayers to know in advance how they're going to be measured. So if you're going through the year of 23 and you're looking at your assets and you're wondering, am I going to come in below the amount or above the amount? If I know the date that I have to have my assets out by, then I can plan accordingly. I literally have taxpayers tell me that. Gee, I wish I knew beforehand what it was. And I said, well, if you called us, we would have told you. Our uniform way of doing this is the end of calendar year. The statute uses net income measurement for end of calendar year. I thought that using the same calendar year measurement for assets makes logical sense. And Nate Grace was correct. In terms of ease for the taxpayer of getting these documents, financial companies, banks, et cetera, they do things by the end of the month, the end of the quarter, the end of the year. So I think it is ease of the taxpayer that's applying that we use end of the calendar year as well. That is the extent of my testimony.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Yokella.
So, thank you. Your last statement, as far as like assets being attributed at the end of the month, was very interesting, and especially like maybe 401ks or something along those lines. As far as like if you were trying to get it in the middle of the month, what is the actual value of, may not be as obvious or harder to get than a statement. Is that kind of the stuff that you're talking about as far as being clear about which date you want to accumulate the numbers for the assets, and that it's easier to do it this way, and so that's one of the main benefits of picking a day?
Thank you for the question. That is one of the benefits of having a standard measurement date that kind of aligns with how the financial services industry is putting out the statements, right? So Social Security, just use Social Security Administration, they give you an annual Social Security statement. They don't give you one that, I'm sorry, that's dealing with income. But as far as assets, like you say, it is easier to have a defined date that aligns with what they're already reporting.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony. On the blue sheet, we had nobody sign in on this. Seeing no more pink cards, we'll close the hearing on HB 237. Next week, I don't know if, I'm not sure if you got, yeah, you all should have got it. Next week, we have 2 days again. Wednesday will be our final bills. We will actually wrap up our public hearings next week, probably ahead of every other committee. Thursday, we have a number of bills that we will be execing. Besides that, as soon as I turn off the mic, Christy, could you ensure that video and audio are off here in a few minutes? Thank you. And that'll wrap up today. I'd like to ask the Democrats to stay for a quick 5-minute caucus briefing by another member. So we'd ask everybody else to please leave the room. It'll be brief.